Well, they're meeting today on a glorious September afternoon in Cincinnati. Let's go there now.
Not only glorious, Greg, but historic. In Cincinnati, on the banks of the Ohio, the Great American Ballpark is sold out. The Los Angeles Dodgers and the Cincinnati Reds on Fox Saturday Baseball. 3 weeks left in the season. The Dodgers, on a historic run, have essentially run away with the West, while the Reds in a dogfight in the hyper-competitive National League Central. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Eric Karros. There are offensive stars certainly on both sides. Yasiel Puig, Hanley Ramirez have been driving the train right now for the Dodgers. Joey Votto, Brandon Phillips for the Reds. But what makes this day feel like October, Eric, is the pitching matchup.
Well, both of these staffs have been dynamite all year. That's why they're both in postseason contention. The Dodgers send Zach Greinke to the hill. Now, he's coming off a month in which he was pitcher of the month in the National League for August. He was 5-0. In his last 8 starts, he's been absolutely dynamite. Matt Latos gets the ball for the Reds. Now, he has established himself as the #1. He threw his first complete game this year in his last start against the Cardinals, and he has been absolutely electric. He'll have his work cut out for him as he goes against the Dodgers today. And, you know, this reminds me a lot of the mid-'70s with a big red machine against the mighty Los Angeles Dodgers.
Funny you should mention that, because here's the historic part of today in Cincinnati. It is Joe Morgan Day. The statue has been unveiled, and the Great 8 is here. I mean, Joe Morgan has painted this town red. Yes, that's Pete Rose. Johnny Bench. You ready for a first pitch? The Dodgers and the Reds are coming up. Great matchup. Taco Bell brings you the Dodgers starting lineup. Sometimes you gotta live Moss. Carl Crawford has been outstanding in the leadoff spot. Yasiel Puig, a national story. Adrian Gonzalez hits third. Hanley Ramirez has been the man for the Dodgers over the last 2 months. And Andre Ethier has been super in center field. Michael Young, just acquired, the veteran bat, is at third base. Skip Schumacher gets a start at second base. A.J. Ellis is behind the plate, and he'll be catching Zach Greinke. And that lineup will be facing Matt Latos. And Eric, that's not an easy task.
No, it really isn't. If you're talking about the horse of the Cincinnati Reds, Matt Latos has established himself as that. He threw a complete game in his last start. But what's been most impressive for Latos, he's gone into the 8th in 5 starts of his last 9. So he's starting to go deeper into ball games, and that's something that Dusty Baker loves.
Well, Dusty Baker liked the result last night. The Reds beating the Dodgers. Reds are a very good defensive team, 3rd in the National League. And Ryan Ludwig back in left field. Shin-Soo Choo in center. Jay Bruce in right with a terrific arm. Across the infield, Joey Votto. Brandon Phillips gets the day off. Cesar Izturis starts at second. Zach Cozart very steady at short. Todd Frazier at third. Devin Mesoraco is behind the plate, catching Latos. The number 8 last night after the ball game, in which the Reds beat the Dodgers 3-2, Eric, there was a stirring ceremony where the great 8 actually took the field in front of a big house, huge fireworks, and that kicked off Joe Morgan's weekend.
Yeah, it's really been a great weekend up to this point so far, especially if you were a fan of the Cincinnati Reds in the mid-'70s or just a fan of baseball. To see the collection of talent out on that field last night brought back a lot of memories.
Yeah, it was a great sight to see. Davey Lopes, of course, a contemporary of Morgan, is on this Dodger staff, and Lopes on the top step watching all of the ceremonies. Carl Crawford stands in, and a fastball for a strike from Matt Latos. Crawford healthy this year, and a lot of things have come together to propel the Dodgers on this incredible run. The point of demarcation is the 22nd of June, and since then the Dodgers are 53-15, and of course Yasiel Puig has been in the headlines. And for Don Mattingly, that was not only a turning point in the Dodgers season, Eric, but maybe a turning point in Don Mattingly's career.
Well, with the arrival of Puig, he brought a lot of energy, and the energy is kind of fueled over to the rest of the ball club. But make no mistake, it's been the talent. It's been Hanley Ramirez. It's been the great starting staff. It's been the contributions from the A.J. Ellis's, Skip Schumacher's. Puig ignited it, but everybody else has carried it.
Crawford sends this one into left. Ryan Ludwig is out there, and Ludwig makes the catch. Our opening pitch brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds. Underway in Cincinnati, and here comes Yasiel Puig. 83rd game for Puig, and certainly he's been a lightning rod of national coverage through the good times and the bad. But the Cuban outfielder loaded with talent, and Latos dots him with a fastball, and Puig is on his way to first. Matt Latos is not afraid to pitch in, and that was way in.
Well, you have to go in against Puig. He stands far away from the plate. The reason he does that, doesn't really like that pitch inside. But that's where you have to go if you're a pitcher, if you want to get him out. That one got a little bit in, hits him. If you're going to miss hitting him. Don't miss over the middle of the plate, because he's liable to put one in the seats.
Adrian Gonzalez now. Gonzalez in the 3 spot. Hanley Ramirez hitting cleanup for the Dodgers today. 83-57 are the Dodgers. Puig can steal a bag. Into right field, a base hit for Gonzalez. Puig around second, and he'll hold there. And the Dodgers have something going here in the first.
Well, with Puig on first base, that opens up that right side. Gonzalez shoots a ball into right field. You see that wide open hole there. One of the advantages as a left-handed hitter in that situation. Now you bring up Hanley Ramirez, who's just been dynamite this year.
And I think a lot of people would be surprised to know that Hanley Ramirez's numbers are better than Yasiel Puig's numbers. in fewer games. This is game number 74 for Ramirez. 16 homers. He's driven in 49. He had a 2-run homer last night for the Dodgers offense in a 3-2 loss. I mean, Ramirez is slugging .622 right now. Latos throws a strike.
Well, and another thing, he's leading the Dodgers in hitting with runners in scoring position. A lot is made of Adrian Gonzalez and what he's done driving in runs. But when you're talking about hitting with runners in scoring position, Hanley Ramirez is hitting at a .371 clip.
He's got Puig at second, Adrian Gonzalez at first, in a great hitter's ballpark on a hot afternoon in Cincinnati. Latos misses in. Latos has been a horse. He's been able to get deep in ball games. He finished his last start against St. Louis. Beat the Cardinals 7-2, and that was a big series for the Reds. They took 3 of 4 from St. Louis. The Reds, the Cardinals, the Pirates will see a lot of each other in these last 3 weeks. And Hanley rips one into left field, a base hit. Puig around third, coming home. Ludwig does not have the best of arms, and the Dodgers are on the board. And once again, it's Hanley Ramirez who gives Los Angeles the lead.
Well, as he's done all year when he's been in there, he's been the force offensively, Hanley Ramirez. And that's a situation where you've got nowhere to put him. You've got to pitch, runners on first and second. Little surprise, though. Ludwig comes up throwing. That ball was cut off. And the reason I say surprised, not that you would have had him for sure, but you've got Adrian Gonzalez running from first to second. He's not going to go to third base. There's no way. He doesn't run well. I think Ludwig a little miffed, too, that this ball was cut off.
So Puig has scored. Ramirez drove him in. And here's another great story for the Dodgers, and that's Andre Ethier. In a season where All-Star Matt Kemp has been injured almost the entire year, Ethier seamlessly slid from right into center, and both defensively and offensively has been very good.
Well, and Puig and Ramirez get a lot of the accolades, and rightfully so. But since this stretch that they've been on, beginning in June 22nd, you know, Ethier is among the top in on-base percentage, in slugging, in batting average. He's played a dynamite center field.
And that's important for the Dodgers, obviously, in their run and moving forward, because Matt Kemp yesterday had a setback trying to rehab from his ankle injury. He has injured his hamstring, and there's real doubt as if Kemp would be able to return before the end of the regular season, which in some ball clubs would be a huge blow. But this Dodger ball club, stocked with stars and guys having terrific years, they've had the best run in Dodger history without him.
Well, and one of the things that when you have the economic luxury where you can go out and acquire players, what that allows those upper echelon teams to do is create depth. And that's what this Dodger ball club has. I mean, heck, they just went out and got Michael Young, an all-star, and he's a role player now.
Ethier waiting on a 2-1 from Latos. And he fights it off foul.
You know, and getting back to Matt Kemp, you know, whether he's healthy or not, what you're running into now is a situation for him to have at bats, to get game ready. I mean, I know Matt Kemp would hate to try to come back and be thrust right into an October run when he doesn't have the at bats necessary to get that timing back.
1 out, a run across. And Ethier takes in. Ethier looking for his first hit against the Reds all year. He's 0 for 16 against the Reds. Gonzalez at second. Good speed with the trail runner. Hanley Ramirez at first. And Ethier waiting on a 3-2. And it just missed. Jeff Nelson is the home plate umpire. Latos came off the mound. Dusty Baker wanted the call, but the bags are now loaded, and here is Young.
You watch this last pitch, and You know, if you're a pitcher, you want that, but it doesn't look like that's a strike. Little low. Now you've dug yourself a hole. You got the bases loaded. Michael Young, you just mentioned it, picked up last week from the Philadelphia Phillies. He'll spell third and first.
7-time All-Star, batting title with the Rangers. He's having not a spectacular but a solid year with the Phillies. And Young had a pinch hit in last night's ball game.
Again, the acquisition allows the Dodgers to give Adrian Gonzalez at first some time off. You can also spell Uribe at third.
Young back to the mound. Latos knocks it down, gets it out, and that's it. Gonzalez is out at the plate. If Matt Latos can get out of this with just the one run, he's got to feel pretty good.
Well, there's no question, if you get out of this just giving up one run, you feel like you've got the momentum even though you're behind. That's a nice play, though, by Latos in that situation. He bobbles it but doesn't panic. He knows the runner at third is Adrian Gonzalez, not very fleet of foot. Doesn't panic, picks the ball up, and makes a good throw home. And a lot of times, especially when you're a younger guy, it's like, oh, no, I missed it, bases loaded, and you start moving around. He gets the ball, makes a good throw, and makes sure of one out.
You know, Latos is only 25, but this is his 5th year in the big leagues. And now Skip Schumacher, bags loaded, 2 outs. And a strike. Overhand breaking ball from Latos. Schumacher, part of that depth that you talked about, and versatile depth. He can play second, he can play in the outfield. He did that for many years and did it quite well for the Cardinals.
Hey, won 2 world championships. Basically just a flat-out winner.
Schumacher to right. After it is Bruce, and he got it. And Matt Latos escapes the first with just the 1 run. Dodgers on the board first in Cincinnati, and it's Hanley Ramirez that puts them there. They are right now the #2 wild card team in the National League. Taco Bell brings you the starting lineup. Sometimes you got to live Moss. Shin-Soo Choo, an on-base machine. Cesar Izturis is in for Brandon Phillips today. Joey Votto hits third. Jay Bruce slotted in the cleanup spot. Ryan Ludwig just rejoined the team after a long spell on the disabled list. Todd Frazier at third. Zach Cozart at short. Devin Mesoraco will hit 8th, and Matt Latos hits 9th. You see the numbers of Zach Greinke. He's on an incredible roll.
He really is. And this was the big off-season acquisition, pitching-wise, in baseball. He's lived up to everything. Been as good as anybody in the National League.
Shin-Soo Choo goes after the first pitch and fouls it off his foot. The Reds lineup a little different dynamic. Brandon Phillips got nicked up a couple nights ago, played last night, but Dusty Baker wanted to give him a day off. And so Phillips, who's been moved in the lineup from cleanup back to second, is out in this one. And Dusty told us that tomorrow he may move Phillips back into the cleanup spot just to give that leg a rest and keep him from getting out there and getting on base and having to steal some bases.
Well, and you've got to have Phillips as close to 100% as you can be this time of month. You've got the Pirates 6 games coming up against that Central Division foe. So you can take a day off here. You don't play until tomorrow night. So basically you're getting 2 full days. Smart move by Dusty.
Smart move by the Reds and Walt Jocketty to get Shin-Soo Choo and put him in the leadoff spot. A .421 on base. And he's slugging .470. And he's made the transition from right field to center field as well. Greinke's 1-2 up the middle. Ramirez spins and got him. So the other aspect of Hanley Ramirez's game this year that Don Mattingly talked about is his defense.
Yeah, he's provided some consistency, and when Hanley was out, they had a whole host of guys at that position, whether it was Nick Punto or D. Gordon or Justin Sellers earlier on in the year. And while they were all okay, it was difficult for the third baseman, the second baseman, because you have a new guy at short all the time. And as good as Hanley's been offensively, he's really been consistent defensively.
Cesar Izturis now, the veteran, getting a start at second base. Versatile guy. Can play short, can play second, can play third. Greinke misses down low. On this magical run that the Dodgers have had, Greinke working with A.J. Ellis in this ball game. So much focus on Yasiel Puig or Hanley Ramirez. The tapper into center field, a base hit, and Izturis is aboard. We talked about June 22nd and what an important date that is for the Dodgers. Greinke has made 14 starts since then, and the Dodgers are 13-1 in those starts, and he's pitched to a 2.08 ERA.
And the starting pitching has been fantastic for this ball club. You talk about Kershaw, you talk about this man, Zach Greinke. Ryu, who did not pitch last night, the Korean left-hander. You know, all of those guys, when you take those three, and Velasco and Capuano, they have just been unbelievable during this run.
Joey Votto now takes a fastball down low.
But you look at both of these clubs right now, the reason they're both where they're at is because of the starting pitching.
Did you hear the collective sigh of relief in Cincinnati yesterday when Joey Votto hit a home run? Votto homering to left, his 2-run shot, the difference in the ball game in a Reds win. This was last night. It was a bullpen game after a short start. A groin strain by Chris Capuano. And for Votto, that snapped one of the driest spells in his history.
Against a fine reliever, J.P. Howell of the Dodgers, hadn't given up a home run to a lefty this year.
This is a terrific individual matchup between Greinke, who moves the ball, add, subtract as well as anyone, and Votto, who probably has the best strike zone command in the game. Votto, a ground ball into right field, a base hit. Izturis around second. He'll stop there with Puig's arm in right. And the Reds have runners at first and second. Here comes Jay Bruce.
Well, much like Gonzalez did in the first inning for the Dodgers, Votto does the same, and that's finding that hole on the right side. So important as a left-handed hitter when you have that runner on first base. If you can get a ground ball to the right side, you got an excellent chance of getting a base hit.
Now Bruce, who has been the beneficiary of Votto in front of him getting on base so much. He's driven in 90, 38 doubles for Bruce.
I'm going to say it now because I'm going to foreshadow one of the keys to the game for the Reds: stay out of double plays. And this is exactly the type of situation they need to avoid.
In the left, base hit. As Turris around third, he will score. And the game is tied.
Bruce does a nice job of going with the pitch. The outside part probably would have liked to have it a little lower. He shoots it left. Carl Crawford, no intention at all to come up throwing. A little surprised here. I know Carl's had some issues with his arm, but from the get-go, he was just going to keep Votto at second base.
Look at that. Since the start of last year, Bruce the most productive in terms of RBIs in the National League. And now Ryan Ludwig, who on opening day injured his shoulder. And the Reds have been waiting for him patiently since. Walt Jocketty told us yesterday adding Ludwig was like making a trade for Ryan Ludwig.
Well, historically, he's been a run producer, and one of the reasons that Brandon Phillips had to go to that cleanup spot, Ludwig being out. Brandon responded, but getting Ludwig back is a welcome addition.
Into left, Crawford. They're going to send him. Crawford's throw to the plate is offline. Votto will score. Bruce is in a rundown and is tagged down. And the run producer, Ryan Ludwig, gives the Reds a 2-1 lead. Four consecutive hits against Zach Greinke. Of course, we told you what a great pitching matchup this was going to be. And it's 2-1 here in the first. There's Todd Frazier now. Frazier coming off a real nice year last year. And the Reds would like to see him in these last 3 weeks get going. A 5-game streak right now.
Well, he was one of the guys that was real productive last year, not hitting for the average that they had hoped. Coming into today's ball game, hitting at 238. He's got ridiculous power, though, as much power as anybody in the National League.
Third in the Rookie of the Year balloting last year. Production-wise, though, I mean, he's there in terms of home runs. He has more doubles at this point than he did last year.
Just not getting on base at the same clip. Striking out a lot as well. Again, it's always that, that first year, your rookie year, you come in, you're new, and then the league will adjust to you.
He's got 72 plate appearances without a walk. You had that. I mean, you were a Rookie of the Year.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the 72 plate appearances without a walk.
No. But that second year where all of a sudden so much is expected of you and the league knows you.
No, there is an adjustment period, and you look at a lot of guys, there's very few that seem to just climb the ladder. I mean, you have the Pujols or the Piazzas, or you go into the Mike Trout's making it look awfully easy. But there is that adjustment because
Now people are aware of you. There's a book out on you how to pitch, and you know Frazier will make that adjustment. It's as you mentioned, very similar type numbers.
Ludwig still at first. Into center. Ethier went back, now comes in and makes the catch. The Reds extend Greinke in the first and now lead it 2-1. Only Ford gives you EcoBoost fuel economy and a whole lot more. And by Taco Bell's new fiery Doritos Locos Taco. Live Más. In Cincinnati, 2-1. Reds on top. Rich Waltz on with Eric Karros. And the legends. The great eight here. George Foster. Ken Griffey Sr. All in town to honor Joe Morgan. Morgan's statue unveiled before the ball game. Great ceremony. Yes, Pete Rose was here, and Pete Rose participated in the ceremony. Johnny Bench, Tony Perez. We talked about Davey Lopes being on the top step watching. Another guy that was watching intently, who grew up in Indiana, and in his wiffle ball games as a kid, they were all Reds. Mattingly was a big Reds fan. Ellis goes around. It's 1-2. The only problem he had, Eric, is you had to put a player on your team and you had to hit from that side of the plate. So he had 7 red lefties on his team. That one scoots by Votto, and down the line it goes. Bruce will pick it up, and A.J. Ellis scampers back to first. And the Dodgers with a runner at first. Zach Greinke coming up. Greinke very good with the bat, a .347 average.
So take a look at this, what the Reds do defensively. That ball that A.J. Ellis hit down the line. Now, normally as a hitter, you're going to take a pretty good turn around first base. You're going to get going. But look who's over there. Look who is over there. So you can't take the wide turn. It's the pitcher, Matt Latos. Don't see that very often, but a little twist the Reds do.
Greinke in defense bunts. Votto pounces, looked at second. Nice jump by A.J. Ellis, and he gets into second on the sacrifice bunt.
Well, Zach Greinke sacrificing right now, one of the best hitting pitchers. This ball just running in, but still athletic enough to get that bunt down. Votto had thoughts of going to second base, but does the right thing, gets a sure out.
So top of the order now, Carl Crawford. Dodgers got a run in the first. Hanley Ramirez with an RBI single. They've got A.J. Ellis out at second. Crawford lined to left his first time up. And both right-handers, Latos and Greinke, extended a little more than each manager would like in that first inning.
We mentioned two of the top pitchers in the National League, but it is a warm day today. Ball will be jumping, as you mentioned. They had to work each of them in that first.
Crawford starting to come back to form after only 31 games last year. Tommy John surgery, part of that enormous trade between the Red Sox and the Dodgers. They'll tap her out towards short. Cozart on the run, and he got him. Ellis now at third, and now the Ford keys to the game.
Well, pretty simple for each of these ball clubs. The Dodgers need to get to the Reds bullpen, specifically Chapman. He's thrown 4 straight games, probably not going to be used today. The Reds, they did it so far in the first inning. They've got to stay away from the double play. They've had a lot of opportunities this year. You get that first and second or bases loaded, but they've been stymied with that 2 outs on 1 pitch. Dusty Baker telling us before, if there's anything, stay out of the double play.
And stay away from anything down the middle of the plate on the first pitch to Puig, as you saw the numbers when putting it in play. And a good pitch by Latos to bury the breaking ball.
Latos throwing a lot of first pitch breaking balls. He did it to Michael Young. He did it to Ethier. Crawford, Puig.
Talked to Dusty Baker, Brian Price, the fine pitching coach here in Cincinnati. And they're very proud of where Latos has come from last year when he joined the ball club to where he is now. A bona fide ace. His ERA under 3. Puig with a count 2-1.
Well, now he's got Puig wondering. He just threw a 2-1 curveball, so you can come back with that, but Puig is also cognizant of that inside fastball. Now you can go hard in with a fastball and then come back with a curveball. Come in off of the plate.
A.J. Ellis at third. 2-2 coming. He came in with the fastball and he fights it off.
So now he's got Puig set up. You can double up, go back in there. You can throw the curveball. I think with as effective as he has been right now, I'm going to have to go with a curveball.
That's what Mesoraco ordered. And Puig stays alive. Been interesting watching the cat and mouse game between pitchers in the National League and a guy that for many came out of nowhere. I mean, only in the Dodger system for a year. Escaping from Cuba and into the limelight. Puig to left. It's hit well. Ludwig back. Gone. And the Dodgers are back on top, and Yasiel Puig has done it again. His 15th. It's a game of adjustments, and Puig just made a big one.
Latos left that thing out over the plate, and it was up. And the breaking balls he had buried before, and again, the fastballs he had come in off the plate. Tried to follow a curveball with another breaking pitch, but didn't get it down enough, and Puig was able to extend. You see that thing up. They knew it.
Now Adrian Gonzalez. And the pitch count for Latos is skyrocketing. So Puig has a 2-run homer. He has scored 2 runs. Gonzalez, who had a single back in the first. He's had a dry spell as well. Not as long as Votto's, but both first basemen. 2 guys who are so consistent in their career. That's a swing. And it's 1-2.
Well, with Gonzalez, so he's been asked to basically carry this ball club all year long. And I don't mean necessarily by himself, but he hasn't been on the disabled list for any period of time. He hasn't missed games. You know, you get into September, you start to wear down. That's why I think the Michael Young acquisition, you know, initially everybody thought, what's he going to play third base? And Uribe's doing a decent job, but it was more so to fill in over at first base and give this man a blow here and there.
Well, Young's played everywhere in the infield in his career. 2-2. Latos thought he had a strike. Yasiel Puig with a 2-run homer here in the second. And the Dodgers a 3-2 lead. Votto, it's a fair ball. Latos is there. Safe. He missed the bag. Latos appealing to first base umpire Jim Wolf. Dusty Baker is coming out.
Yeah, I didn't feel like he missed the bag. I thought it felt just beat it. Look, he's right on the corner there.
Now, he did touch the bag.
I just felt like he missed the call.
Well, he's in great position.
You know, and as a pitcher or as a first baseman or anything, when you're going over to touch that bag, you don't want to step right in the middle of it. You see a little earlier this year. That's pretty fancy right there.
On this play, though, Latos was a little late, and it apparently cost him.
Well, and I think one of the things, Joey Votto was running towards the bag, and Latos may have felt like, okay, he's going to keep coming. That's where you've got to be a bit vocal if you're a first baseman.
And a long inning gets longer for Latos, who already has thrown 41 pitches. Latos's foot is down before Gonzalez's foot.
He just wasn't definitive enough with touching the bag. I think you're right. I think first base umpire Jim Wolf just felt like he missed the base.
To third, Frazier, short way to second, but the Dodgers reclaim the lead, and they do it with Yasiel Puig, his 15th homer of the season. Sponsored by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds. This was supposed to be a pitcher's duel. And in the bottom of the second, the Dodgers have a 3-2 lead. To give us some perspective on this, we need a catcher. So Tim Federovich has been kind enough to join us from the Dodgers dugout. What's happened here, Tim? I thought Greinke and Latos, we'd be seeing a lot of zeros today.
Yeah, I know. It looks like the hitters are winning right now, but that can change any minute. I'm guessing for us it's going to change right now.
What has this ride been like for you?
It's been awesome. I mean, just to be a part of the staff, my first full year as one of the catchers. I mean, it's awesome because we have a great staff here with Kershaw, Greinke, Ryu, Nolasco, Capuano. Everyone's kind of doing their part, and you can't say enough about our relievers too, just keeping us in the games late and letting us make that big hit and stuff like that. So it's been good.
Hey, have you ever gone on a stretch like this at any level, whether it was at North Carolina or even high school or Little League or anything?
No, never a stretch like we've been on because it's a little different up here playing every day. In college we had some good teams, but up here this is definitely the best team I've played on.
Zach Cozart, Devin Mesoraco, and Matt Latos in the second against Zach Greinke. Tim Federovich with us, Dodger catcher. Zach Greinke's run since June 22nd, 11-1 with a 2.08 ERA. He's been as dialed in as just about anybody in the National League, Tim.
Yeah, he's been great. He made a little adjustment earlier in the year, and after he made that adjustment, he took off. His velo came back up. His slider gave him a little bit sharper. It's been fun to watch.
Timmy, who's been on the staff? Who is the easiest guy to catch, and who is the most difficult guy to catch? Where you got to really grind back there.
I would say Kershaw is probably the easiest, just because I mean he has such good stuff. It really doesn't matter what you call sometimes. When he's on, and you can. I mean, the hitters can know what's coming. They still can't hit it. So he's probably the easiest. I'd say the toughest might be Greinke, just because he can throw anything at any time. So there's a little more thinking back there, and you really got to. He can do anything you want. So you can pitch to the hitter's weakness sometimes, or you can just stick with his strengths. It's pretty fun to have that kind of capability.
2-2 to the Reds shortstop Zach Cozart. And then he fouls it off. Tim Federovich, 3 things everybody needs to know about you. FedEx is the nickname. That's an easy one. North Carolina, a Tar Heel, and Pudge was your hero growing up.
Yeah, he was a great catcher. Learned a lot from watching him.
What'd you like most about him?
He's a good catch and throw guy. I think I've learned a lot just from him, watching him catch and throw. Real quick feet, good arm. That's one of the things that I've kind of modeled my game after, is his ability to throw out runners. But I mean, everything else too, from blocking balls to receiving to calling a good game. I mean, he's one of the best.
Two and 2 to Cozart.
Oh, got it.
Very nice. That's part of the deal. If you come on for an in-game interview, you are obliged to get a foul ball.
I know. Look at that.
Hey, what was it like? I know a lot of you guys peeked your heads out to see the ceremony, to see all these great Red legends, including for you, a catcher, Johnny Bench.
Oh, absolutely. I was actually able to get his autograph. I was pretty excited about that. That was pretty cool.
Finally, Greinke gets him. And down goes Cozart. Before the ballgame, the Great 8 arrived, including Hall of Famer Johnny Bench, as they honor Joe Morgan today. Morgan will be joining us in the third. So you're not necessarily the warm-up act, Tim, but Joe Morgan will be here in the third inning.
Okay, cool. So I'm warming it up.
So Fed, you've got 21 games to go after today. Looks like you guys are going to go to the playoffs. How do you stay focused, stay sharp, and not get caught looking into October?
I think the biggest thing for us is we're trying to get the best record in the NL. We want that home field advantage. That's the biggest thing. That's the main focus right now, is just to make sure we win every game. We're not going to take any off. And that's why yesterday you could really tell it hurt, especially in the clubhouse. We don't want to lose 2 in a row. I mean, if we lose one, that's bad, but 2 in a row is unacceptable to us.
Devin Mesoraco now for the Reds. Matt Latos on deck. And Greinke pours in a strike. It's 0-2.
You talked about Pudge being a guy you looked up to as a kid growing up. Who do you look to in the league now and just say, man, that guy, he's sweet?
I like how Yadier Molina catches. I've watched him a lot, especially playing against him a couple times now. He's fun to watch. I've learned a lot from him too. He's another catch and throw guy. He's fun to watch, and now his hitting's coming along too. So if I could be the type of player that he is, that'd be pretty good.
Should a catcher be an MVP?
I think so. I think so. We have a lot on our table, and to let alone be able to handle all the pitchers, call the game, and then also hit. I mean, it's pretty special.
All right, Tip. Thanks for the visit, buddy.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Good luck down the stretch.
All right.
Tim Fedorovich, catcher for the Dodgers. Let's go to Greg Amsinger now for a Pepsi game break. Greg.
Hey, Rich, thank you very much. Let's go to the Bronx. You know, David Huff replaced Phil Hughes in the Yankee rotation. The start against the Red Sox this afternoon not going well. Started up a home run to Mike Napoli. This one to Johnny Gomes, a 3-run shot. Score 5-1 Red Sox in the top of the third. Rich, Eric, back to you in Cincinnati.
Boy, what a collapse last night by the Yankee bullpen. Losing a big lead.
Well, it started a few nights ago, though. They had that lead. They had a great comeback. Mariano coming in for the save. Not able to hold it. The Red Sox. Quentin Berry gets around the bases and scores. End up losing that ball game. And the Yankees a couple days ago, it was looking real good for them.
Well, still in the American League wild card race. The Tapper. Schumacher to his left. And for Zach Greinke, an uneventful second. Hall of Famer Joe Morgan when we return.
I saw you see Davey when you came out. That was,
well,
he was out there and he's out there clapping.
Well, what was great is, you know, they were our chief rivals, and it made us better.
Yep.
You know, we made each other better. It's like that old saying, you know, if you got a rival in basketball stuff.
Yep.
Dodgers 3, Reds 2. A terrific rivalry through the 70s between the Dodgers and the Reds on a historic day here in Cincinnati, as Joe Morgan is honored the entire weekend. And we're honored that he joins us up in the television booth. Joe, how are you? Congratulations. The ceremony was stirring. Your speech was terrific.
Well, I'm good now. As I was telling Eric, you know, this has been on my mind for probably the last. I tried not to write a speech. I wanted to start with my emotions that day and whatever. So I started writing it last night after we had that dinner. and I was just worried to get through it because I'm a pretty emotional guy, and my family's here, friends from all over the country, so it was a pretty big deal for me.
No, big deal. I mean, this is your town, and to have the great 8 here, to have Johnny Bench, to have Tony Perez, to have Pete Rose here had to mean a lot for you.
Well, of course, Pete, it means a lot not only to me but to him, because if you would have seen him last night, the emotions that he showed, because he had not been on the field, he had never been in this dugout, and he had never participated in things here. So it was great for Pete. There you see Pete. I mean, he's a special individual, and I will always be grateful for the fact that I had the opportunity to locker next to him for 8 years here in Cincinnati and 1 in Philadelphia.
Andre Ethier fights off a fastball. Mesoraco gives chase and just can't make the catch. And he lost everything on the landing. Good effort by Devin Mesoraco, the Reds catcher.
What do they call that at skiing? A yard sale?
Yeah.
Everything came off.
See Mesoraco hustling over there. You got to like it as far as if you're a catcher, you like it that it's dirt. If you're playing when you used to play, John, that's turf, and you're burning up right there.
Of course, you started your career in Houston.
Yes.
And you arrived here in Cincinnati when the Big Red Machine was just getting going in '72.
Well, you know, the great thing for me, I played on the first AstroTurf field. It was built because the Astrodome, they couldn't grow grass, so of course they came up with the synthetic turf. But coming to Cincinnati, obviously, as Tony Perez told me many, many times, Eric, he would say to me, in Houston, you were a big fish in a little pond. He said, we brought you over here and made you a star. And every day I would say thank you.
Two-time MVP and a great run, a two-time world champion here with the Reds.
I thank you for that, and I tell people all the time, I am humbled by the accolades that I receive from a lot of people, but as Eric will probably tell you, the ones that mean the most are the guys that you play with every day and what they think of you. And I've had such great comments from Bench, Rose, Perez, Foster, Griffey, you know, Concepcion, Geronimo. All those guys have said great things about me, and that's kind of means a lot to me, of course.
If you had to go back and pick one moment out on the field that just resonates, if I say Joe Morgan, baseball, for you, what is the first thing that pops into your head?
Well, probably my first day playing baseball in the big leagues. You know, you had the same experience I did. You grow up, you wanted to be a big league player. The thing that resonates with me is the time, my first day I came to the big leagues, and when I buttoned that last button, because that was an accomplishment. Look, I didn't set out to make the Hall of Fame. I didn't set out to have a sculpture of me. But I did set out to make it to the major leagues. So when I achieved that, and that day when they gave me that first major league uniform, I mean, I guarantee you think about it, man.
Yep.
That first day, all the other stuff is great, but that first moment I buttoned that last button, man, I knew I was a big leaguer.
And that was a Colt 45
Colt 45. You're exactly right. So you got a good memory.
That's right. All right, now wait a minute here.
Yeah.
Speaking of uniforms, I want to take a look at this Padre here. This is you on photo day in San Diego with a pair of the Keros kids.
Yep. That's myself, obviously. And then the funny thing is I had Joe sign this when he was doing collegiate baseball. I was at UCLA, and he was kind enough to say that thank goodness I was listening to his tips. But I have to tell you, for me, as a fan of the Big Red Machine growing up, what this weekend has meant. I was just in the room. It was at the Crosley room right over there. All of the guys were in there. I had a chance to talk to Davey Concepcion, Cesar Geronimo, Pete Rose. And for me, it brings me back to I'm a little kid. I'm a fan. You're talking about buttoning that first button. I'm in the room with the Big Red Machine. I know it sounds kind of crazy and all that sort of stuff, but that's what it's all about. That's the feelings that you and your group. Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable because we have such admiration for each other, and we've been friends a long time now, and we're still close friends. And it's just great when we get together and have a chance to talk.
Michael Young at the plate, and he takes outside. Now, who coined the term the Great Eight?
You know what? I don't know.
Why not 9?
Well, because we didn't throw a pitcher in there.
I noticed that.
Hey, we could always say, look, I tell people all the time.
Where's Don Gullett?
Yeah, well, you're right. Don Gullett was as good a pitcher as anyone in the game when he was healthy. I always said I would take these 8 players and I'll play anyone, 7-game series, anytime, and I think we would come out on top. Look, I know I've heard about the 1927 Yankees, and I try to give them their due. But Erica will understand this as well. Look, we were not Phi Beta Kappas off the field, but on the field we were. We knew how to play. We knew what we were supposed to do to help the team win.
Frazier to his left, across the diamond, and Young is out. The remainder of the Great 8, Concepcion, who made that patented skip throw from shortstop, commonplace. Cesar Geronimo, an overlooked guy.
The most underrated player on that team.
And of course, your manager,
Sparky. He was underrated too, but he's still in the Hall of Fame. But I still think he's underrated because here again, you have to manage those egos. Yep. And we had Bench's ego, mine, Rose, Perez, all of us. Hey, I've always said if you don't have a big ego, you're not going to be a great player.
Is it true that Sparky pulled you aside your first year and said, I'm not going to give you a sign?
It's funny because no one knew this all these years until just before Sparky passed away. He made the statement at a luncheon or something, and then now all of a sudden people start asking me. Rose didn't know it. No one knew it while we were playing. I looked down at third like everyone else, took my signs.
Schumacher lines one to left. Ludwig going to the corner and makes the catch. All right, we talked about the Great 8 and the Big Red Machine. Stick around. We'll talk baseball next half inning with Joe Morgan. Cincinnati sellout. Dodgers a 3-2 lead. Rich Waltz, Eric Karros, and Joe Morgan with us for so many years. The voice of baseball on Sunday night. And I know you still follow the game. Tell us about the Reds. Your ball club. You work for the Reds. You spend a lot of time around this ball club. It's a team that right now is in a real dogfight with 2 other teams in the Central.
Well, first of all, the guy that's hitting now, Shin Soo Choo, he has been a big difference in this ball club. Last year, our first and second place hitters on base percentage was the lowest in the league, and Chu has been just nothing less than phenomenal. We haven't actually had a good second place hitter for him because Brandon had to hit fourth, but he's done a great job hitting fourth, driving in 100 runs. So, but we could never find a guy to hit second. So now Dusty's decided to put Brandon back at second. And that's where we are. But this is a very good team. We've been without Johnny Cueto, who is one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. And so that's hurt us a lot. We have always played well down the stretch, though, and I'm looking forward to that now. And Latos has been the guy that's kept everything together for us. He and Leak. Of course, Bronson Arroyo is always there for us. And Homer Bailey's pitched a no-hitter. So we've had some highlights, but I just think that right now we've got to be a little bit more consistent down the stretch.
And there is a chance that Johnny Cueto will be back. Brian Price and Dusty Baker both said that they're grooming him, and hopefully in 2 weeks, whether it's in that super reliever role that Tim Lincecum had last year in the postseason, or maybe as a starter, they're not sure yet.
Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about the Tim Lincecum, situation. That could work.
It worked against the Reds last year.
Right.
And Chu doesn't do this very often. He takes a called third strike.
So with your time now, you're still working for the club. You've got the Honda dealership. You've got the radio show conversations with Joe Morgan.
You've been on there, my guest.
But you've had Sandy Koufax. You've had Willie Mays.
Yeah, it's been great.
How come you never wanted or never managed a ball club? Never got on the field?
Great question. Because I actually went to sleep twice as a manager and woke up and said, "Are you crazy?" I really did. Just when I was getting ready to retire, I didn't accept it verbally with the owner.
Right.
But I had talked to me and I went to sleep. I said, "You know what? I'm going to do this." And then I woke up the next morning and I said, "No, you're not ready to do this." The first time I wasn't ready to take the uniform off. It was 2 years. I went back and played 2 more years. I played for the Phillies and then I played for the Oakland A's. The second time I just had decided I was in business. I had started a business in California and I just decided that that was what I was going to do.
Joey Votto up right now. Talk about Joey Votto. He's kind of been a lightning rod. It seems like fans want Votto to be more like Brandon Phillips, and they want Brandon Phillips to be more like Joey Votto. How do you balance that?
Well, this is the first year Joey has been kind of scrutinized that way because Joey's always put up the numbers. He hasn't driven in as many runs this year as they're accustomed to, and I think that's where it comes in. This is the new age of baseball, the sabermetrics. Do you walk? Is a walk as good as a hit? Those kind of things. And so some people say Joey's doing the right thing by taking walks and whatever, and other people are saying they want him to swing the bat more with runners in scoring position.
You did both.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the sabermetrics, which they weren't as pronounced back in your day, but you look at the on-base percentage, over 400. I mean, you did both.
Yeah. Well, I thought I went at it a little different way, as you know. I tried to get on base if no one's on base, but if somebody's at second base, I always felt it was my job to try to drive them in, not leave it up to bench or somebody behind me. And so that's the way I approached it. But let's be honest, the way the game is gone now, numbers seem to dictate how things go, how players play, and it just changes things.
Right.
I mean, you were an RBI man. You didn't want to walk with a runner at second base.
No.
But the game is changing.
But some would argue
people
now
say we're old school.
Yeah, well, they'd say old school, or they'd argue that that's being selfish.
Right.
But I know that you could make arguments both ways. But I want that guy up there to drive a run in.
I'm in the same situation. I had some pitchers came to me recently, and they asked me, if you have a runner at third and one out, do you want the guy to hit a sacrifice fly or do you want him to walk? I said, I want the run in. You know what I mean? So that's kind of, but either way you look at it, there's baseball. The one thing about baseball, there's more than one way to get the job done. So it's kind of hard. But everybody thinks you're old school if you think that you're supposed to drive the run in. And I guess that's new school if you take the walk.
Well, and in Votto's words, he's not real comfortable going out of the strike zone. And oftentimes he doesn't get pitched to.
But see, you know what I'd say to that, though? I mean, real quick on that. He struck out over 120 times. So he strikes out. So he must be swinging at something out of the zone.
Well, I mean, for Votto, you look at what he's done in his career. He has driven in runs in the past. This year is sort of an anomaly.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Eric just brought up the point. I mean, 120 strikeouts or 120 strikeouts. Right. So you've had 3 strikes there to hit. Look, it's just an unusual situation for him this year. Brandon Phillips has tried to pick up some slack, and he did for a long period of time, hitting fourth. I think down the stretch we're going to see Joey Votto a little different, like that.
Votto to left. It's deep. Crawford can't get it. And Votto, who homered to left last night, drives it in the gap. And for Red fans, to see Votto start to swing it, especially with 3 weeks left in the season, is a good thing.
Well, we're definitely going to need him to be the guy down the stretch, and he can be.
Well, that's what I think makes this Reds ball club so dangerous, is offensively, I do not think that they've hit their stride or peaked at all this year. They still have room to get better. And it's where Votto becomes more impactful in the middle of the lineup, where he's doing stuff like this. The home run last night off a Howell, the double there.
Well, we all know that he's capable of carrying this team for a stretch at a time, and that's what we're looking for right now.
Jay Bruce knocked in a run back in the first. Reds down a run. Both pitchers have been extended in this one. Greinke's pitch count right now at 50, and he's got 2 outs in the third. And Latos has thrown a lot of pitches as well.
I got to go back to the managing question. It's interesting. Do you look back and say, you know what, I wish I would have taken a job?
I have to tell you the truth. I don't personally, but for the people that I care about, my dad wanted me to manage. Sparky Anderson wanted me to manage. I feel like sometimes maybe I let them down a little bit.
Their loss was John Miller's game.
Yeah, and mine too. But no, Eric, I'm not sure I could have been a good manager. Sparky thought I would be. My dad thought I would be. There were other players that thought I would be, but I don't know. I'm a little tougher,
right,
on certain things. I don't know. I'm not as patient as I probably should be as a manager. And I've learned to be a little more patient working for Walt Jocketty. I really have. One of the things that he has taught me in my role as advisor to the head of baseball operation is to be a little bit more patient.
Jay Bruce at the plate. Joey Votto at second. Dodgers up a run in the third. In an important series for both teams. Now the Dodgers, Joe, on the other hand, just on an incredible run, a historic run, led by their pitching and Greinke and Kershaw, Yasiel Puig, Hanley Ramirez.
Where were these guys at the beginning of the season? I really think the key to this team, you know, Puig came up and gave him a fire for a while, but the sustaining fire to me has to be Hanley Ramirez. He is the guy that I thought was going to be, you know, the catalyst for everything that was going to happen to the Dodgers this year. Ned Coletti was on conversations with Joe Morgan as well, and I told him that they were struggling at the time. I said, until you get Hanley back and he plays the way he can, I don't think you guys are going to be able to, you know, be that good a team. And all of a sudden, you know, Puig comes along, they shot of energy, and then when Hanley Ramirez comes back, it's sustained, and that's the way I view this team. Of course, the pitching is great.
3-2 pitch. Greinke, a terrific athlete, gets the out. Joe Morgan, congratulations.
My pleasure.
And we're going to send you out with another legend, another Hall of Famer, Kurt Gowdy.
Oh, man.
There's a looper. May drop. It's in for a hit. Here comes a throw to third. Rose hits the dirt. He's safe. And there goes Morgan down to second. And the Reds have the lead 4-3. Joe Morgan's bloop single right now is the difference. Top of the ninth inning, he put the Reds ahead. There's a high fly ball. It should be all over. Geronimo's under it. And Cincinnati has won the World Championship, beating the Boston Red Sox 4-3.
Drive a Firestone, and by Fox Sports 1. To find your channel, go to foxsports1.com. The Dodgers, the last 11 weeks from June 22nd. Just an absolute incredible run, and they have not slowed down into September. 53-15, 36-10 after the All-Star break.
Well, and that run, as you see right there, started on June 22nd. That was in San Diego. It was a Fox Saturday game that we televised. The ironic thing was the Dodgers had lost Thursday night and Friday night, and there was talk that there may be some changes and Don Mattingly might not make it through San Diego. Starts a winning streak on the 22nd, and the organization has not looked back.
And Mattingly talked to us before the ball game about managing a group like this. Biggest payroll in baseball. He said that, well, I was one of those big payroll players, and then when he worked with Joe Torre on that great run that the Yankees had in the postseason, he watched Torre handle the egos, as Joe Morgan said, and the salaries and the agendas. And he's taken a page from Joe Torre. He didn't panic, Eric, when he got to that point in June.
Well, I think managing, for the most part, nobody can outthink the other guy as far as gamesmanship. I mean, there's basic things. You move a guy over, you bring in this guy, but managing personalities and the ability to manage players, that's what separates the good, the great, the successful, all those sorts of things. And Don Mattingly, in this situation and how he's dealt with this ball club and the egos, and you can say what you want about the one-loss record early on, but as a manager of people and the respect that he commands, he should easily be up for Manager of the Year.
A.J. Ellis up for the Dodgers, Zach Greinke, and then Carl Crawford to follow. And that's a strike from Matt Latos. What have you seen from Latos in this ball game? He's already at 60 pitches.
I was going to tell you, I was going to ask you what's gone on the last 2 innings, because I've just been talking to Joe Morgan and just with goosebumps and everything. Now, Latos, he was throwing the breaking ball. He made one mistake pitch, and that was to Puig. And he had Puig set up. He had busted him in. He had set him up with the curveball. He could have come back in, tried to double up. One bad pitch has put him in this situation so far, but he's been pretty darn good.
He's retired his last 4. And a little single into right field, second hit for A.J. Ellis. So he's 2 for 2. Greinke sacrificed him back in the second. Greinke, a terrific athlete. You saw that sprawling play that he made on the mound. He's not made an error since July of 2010.
Great athlete, great hitter. We saw him bunt earlier. Clayton Kershaw had a charity ping pong event a week and a half ago. Zach Greinke can play some ping pong. He eliminated the team I was on. He can do it all.
Unfortunate that was not in your scouting report at the start of the game. He pulls back and tries to chop it over the head of Frazier, who gets the out at second.
Well, he draws in the infield and just not able to hit this ball hard enough. Frazier does a nice job of getting the lead runner. The thing now, though, I mean, it's twofold. Greinke at first is a better base runner than A.J. Ellis. The problem is it's a warm day. Greinke's had to labor. You wouldn't really like your pitcher out there running the bases in this heat.
Now he's 2 for 2 this year.
And so, yes. Well, Tony Cingrani got a stolen base the other day for the Reds. The left-handed starter. So pitchers will run.
Carl Crawford's 0 for 2. You know, I think when the Dodgers made the big trade with Boston, they weren't quite sure what they were getting with Carl Crawford. Things obviously didn't go well for him in Boston. He was coming off Tommy John surgery. Such a dynamic player with his run in Tampa Bay with the Rays.
Yeah, obviously him coming over, the Dodgers were just hoping he would be ready in spring training. And let's see what happens over the course of the year. They've been able to keep him on the field for the most part.
And he takes outside.
And really only he's the true leadoff hitter as far as this Dodger ball club. Not that that is his best spot, but for this club, that's the role that he has to fill.
Started the day with a .343 on base percentage. And he has swiped 13 bags. And we pointed out just 31 games last year. 2-2. Don Mattingly said this is a ball club certainly that he wouldn't come out and say he knows they're going to be there in October. He told the press yesterday, no questions about the postseason. People are asking about what your rotation would look like, what your roster would look like. And Mattingly, to every question, has said, I'm not answering anything about the postseason. We've got to get through September and try to get home field advantage. A liner into left, and Crawford has his first hit. Log on to foxsports.com/ace for your chance to win a sports room makeover. So here is Puig, and Eric talked about the mistake that Latos made. It was a great at bat with Puig chasing breaking balls off the plate, and then Latos on the 7th pitch got a breaking ball and hammered it into the seats in left field.
I think you just got to go in, pound him in, pound him in. Go with that fastball. They're setting up in there. He's going to chase it. As a hitter, you get into a situation with an ego. See, this is a breaking ball that wasn't down in the dirt. It was up. It was outside, but it was up. It allowed him to extend. But as a hitter, you get caught with your ego. You think, I'm going to get that fastball. I can hit a fastball. And as a pitcher, if you can keep moving it further and further and further in, if the hitter doesn't have the discipline to stay off it, you're not going to hit it.
Puig certainly is near the top of the list in the conversation for National League Rookie of the Year. Latos doesn't give up many long balls despite pitching in a great home run park. It was the first homer he'd allowed in his last 61 innings, just the 12th all season.
See, that is a good pitch sequence right there, and the reason I say that, it's doubling up. You got him swinging at the first pitch. It was inside. Then you come even further in to back him up off the plate. Now, conventional thinking is you've set him up for the outside curveball or the breaking pitch. You come right back in there again, you're going to tie him up. I mean, now he's thinking curveball. I'd come in hard again.
Dodgers with runners first and second. It's Zach Greinke, who runs well out at second base, and certainly everyone knows Crawford can scoot. He's the trail runner. One-two to Puig, and that was a better breaking ball and a better result for Latos. It's head to Greg Amsinger in this game break. Greg.
Rich, thank you very much. Let's go to Baltimore. Chris Davis with a man on takes this pitch from Hector Santiago the other way. It's going to go to the wall, plate the game's first run of the ball game. The White Sox have since tied it up at 1, but getting back to Chris Davis, that was his 39th double of the year. He has 48 home runs in the season. He could become just the 3rd player ever to have a 50-homer, 40-double season. The others, Babe Ruth in 1921 and Albert Bell in 1995. Rich, Eric, back to you guys in Cincinnati.
Adrian Gonzalez, Greg and Eric. Miguel Cabrera going to have to hit a few more home runs, it looks like, if he's going to repeat that Triple Crown year. But what an acquisition for that front office in Baltimore. Davis coming from the Rangers. Liner into right field. That's a base hit. Greinke to third. They'll hold him there. Bruce has a cannon, and he shows it off. Caught off second is Crawford. In a rundown. Now Greinke is caught, and he's tagged down. And the Dodgers run themselves out of the inning, but lead it 3-2. Cincinnati. Eric Karros, a lot of moving parts on that last play.
Yeah, you know, Carl Crawford getting caught off of second base, but you've got Zack Greinke at second with the base hit. Now, you're not going to try to score him or have a play at the plate because you don't want any kind of collision or anything like that. So he gets held up. Carl Crawford gets caught. Now, look, Zack Greinke just stays there, doesn't get in any type of rundown. Again, you're playing for October. The last thing you want to do is get hurt, pull a groin, do any of that sort of stuff. Now you've come too far, you've accomplished too much. But Carl Crawford in that situation has got to be thinking ahead a bit right there.
You know, lost in that is a real nice day by Adrian Gonzalez. Gonzalez a 3-for-3 day. And Greinke, you know, now trying to compose himself and go back to work on the Reds. Ryan Ludwig, Todd Frazier, Zach Cozart. If you just joined us, the Dodgers jumped on the Reds with a run in the first. Hanley Ramirez with an RBI single. Cincinnati answered. Jay Bruce and Ludwig with RBI hits, and it was 2-1 Cincinnati after one. Yasiel Puig with a 2-run homer in the second. And both pitchers have settled in a bit after a rough start. Greinke at 56 pitches. Here in the bottom of the fourth. On the banks of the Ohio on an absolutely glorious Saturday in Cincinnati. With the town alive and red. Joe Morgan weekend. Domino's brings you the game summary. Oh, yes, we did. The home run by Puig. Joey Votto has driven a run. He's 2 for 2. Adrian Gonzalez with his 3 hits and a breaking ball, a big one to Ludwig.
Well, really, the big inning was that first inning where the Dodgers had the bases loaded. one out, weren't able to score any more runs. Reds come right back and get on the board.
High fastball, and Ludwig goes down swinging. One out in the fourth. They'll bring Todd Frazier up for the Reds. Zach Greinke, pitcher of the month in August. Clayton Kershaw was pitcher of the month in July, so you understand why the Dodgers, from a pitching standpoint, are on a great run.
Well, and that's talking about Ryu, who's thrown extremely well, top 10 in the league in ERA. Ricky Nolasco, the acquisition for the Marlins, has been dynamite.
Nolasco very easily could have been pitcher of the month. He was 5-0 with a 1.64.
Well, I think Kershaw may have had the lowest ERA of any of the starters. He had an ERA right above 1. Didn't have the victories, but you just mentioned it, the starting staff has been great.
Of course, it was not a great start to this season for Greinke, with a Carlos Quentin tackle on the mound, breaking his clavicle. Frazier out on that front foot, and it's 1-2.
Well, one of the things that makes Greinke an elite pitcher, forget the athletic ability or the talent, but it's the competitiveness. I mean, the desire, the drive. Look, most guys at this level have that, but people have varying degrees. He just does not like to lose in anything.
Of course, the Angels acquired him at the end of last year, split his time between the Brewers and the Angels. He was 15-5. His ERA was about 3.5, and he shaved almost a full run off of that this year. Got him. Breaking ball. Greinke has punched out 2 to open up the fourth. Tomorrow, Fox NFL Sunday back. Special 90-minute pregame show live from Times Square. Terry, Howie, and the guys, they'll reveal live which superstar performer will be this year's halftime act at Super Bowl 48. Full day of NFL action begins with Fox NFL kickoff on Fox Sports 1, 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Fox NFL Sunday, 11:30 Eastern on Fox. Zach Cozart bangs one into center field, and the Reds have a 2-out hit here in the fourth. The Bengals are not in town for Joe Morgan weekend. I believe they're in Chicago. Yep. Take on the Bears. Cozart now with a 12-game hit streak. He's on a nice run. Now Mesoraco. Young catcher, first-round pick back in 2007, and has been one of the Reds' top prospects for a while, finally getting to the big leagues. He was not on the postseason roster last year. Remember, he struggled down the stretch. Dusty Baker chose not to have him in that division series. He cranks one foul and out of play. And I think for the Reds, there's really a sense of unfinished business after going into San Francisco, winning those first 2 games, and then coming back to Cincinnati needing just 1 win in the next 3, and they couldn't get it. And the Giants, we talked about Tim Lincecum and the role he played. Ryan Vogelsong and Buster Posey in Game 5 with a grand slam kind of sealed the deal.
Well, I think if you look at the 3 teams in the Central right now with Pittsburgh, St. Louis, and the Reds, if I'm an opposing team, the one that scares me the most are the Cincinnati Reds. I say that because of the starting pitching, the bullpen with Chapman coming in to close. Offensively, I do believe that they can be better. There still is room to improve. St. Louis, Alan Craig He's going to be down for a while. Pittsburgh, they're inexperienced.
The dynamics of that race have changed with Craig's injury.
Sure.
Now the Cardinals are hopeful that they just get him back before the end of September. And the Pirates adding Justin Morneau and Marlon Byrd for the stretch run.
Well, everything will be decided. There's 6 games, the remainder of the season, between the Pirates and the Reds. You know, if one of those teams gets hot, dominates the other, can shoot themselves to the top of the division.
Greinke with a 1-2 count on Mesoraco. Cozart at first. And it's in. No swing, says Jim Wolf.
And the real shame in that whole dilemma, or scenario, I should say, is 2 of those teams are having a 1-game playoff. And somebody's going home. And all 3 have had wonderful seasons.
Well, ask Atlanta how they felt last year. Ask Texas how they felt last year. Both were the first wild card team, which meant they got to host the wild card game, and that didn't mean a whole lot. 2-2. However, the one thing that the extra wild card did last year, and it certainly is doing again this year, it puts a much higher premium on winning your division. Look at that battle in the American League West. Oakland and Texas both trying to stay out of that wild card game. The 3 teams here in the Central. Swing and a miss, ball in the dirt, smothered by Ellis. And the Reds inning ends with a strikeout by Greinke. 3-2 Dodgers. That was June 22nd. Every Dodger fan knows that date by heart. That's when the Dodgers took off. They've gone 53-15 since. Matt Vasgersian called it. Eric Karros, you saw it, and Hanley Ramirez the man that ignited the run, and he's up right now. Ramirez, an RBI single. He homered last night, had a couple of hits. And for Dodger shortstops, they've not had this in their history, a power hitter. Got jammed. Frazier cuts in front and just gets him.
Well, we showed that home run in San Diego. Take a look at what he did last night. Absolutely scalded this ball in the first inning. This thing went into the second deck. Over those white signs. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Don Mattingly before the ballgame told us that when Hanley Ramirez showed up last year after getting traded from Miami, he saw a guy that was determined, who was focused, but still maybe not 100% healthy. That shoulder surgery that he had a season and a half ago still lingered. Mark McGwire during spring training noticed that the shoulder seemed a lot more healthy this year. And the results show it.
Well, at this level, guys are proud. And the way that he left Miami or was ceremoniously sent packing from Miami, no player wants to go through that. There were shots taken by the front office, and maybe deservedly so or not, but publicly some guys said some things, some players said some things. And I think Hanley, more than anything, it's all right, guys, you got something to say? Okay, I'll show you how it is. And he has been model since he's been in Los Angeles.
Very prideful player, and he said yesterday that one of the best experiences he's had as a ball player was the World Baseball Classic with the Dominican team that won it. And he said just being able to lift that trophy, the taste of winning that he never had in Miami.
And ironically, that's where he hurt himself.
Michael Young lines it into center field. Young getting the start at third base in this ball game. He's 1 for 3.
Again, we could be talking about an MVP season for Hanley Ramirez if it weren't for the World Baseball Classic. He injured his thumb.
Well, then he came back and injured his hamstring.
But to his credit, he's stayed in shape. He's done everything he could while he was on the disabled list. And he really hasn't missed any type of, he hasn't missed a beat.
Having watched him for the last 7 to 8 years, this is the best shape I've ever seen Hanley in.
Well, when you're playing like he is and playing on a team that's having the success the Dodgers are having, it's a lot easier to put your head on the pillow at night, fall asleep.
Skip Schumacher takes outside. .32-6 when Hanley scores a run. And he's been a run producer. He's driven in 50. This is only game 74 for him. And that's why Yasiel Puig has a lot of headlines. Hanley Ramirez very quietly has gone about his business. He's not been loud about it, boastful about it, but his numbers are better than Puig's. Schumacher in the air to center. Chu goes back at the track, makes the catch. Latos gets through the fifth, halfway through in Cincinnati. 3-2 Dodgers. sponsored by Chevrolet. Find new roads. Rich Waltz, Eric Karros. This place is filled. Joe Morgan weekend. Statue unveiled before the ball game. The Great Eight here. Johnny Bench, Pete Rose, David Concepcion, Tony Perez. Just a stirring ceremony. A lot of the Dodger players. Manager Don Mattingly, Davey Lopes, the coaching staff were out on the top step watching and listening as Rose spoke. Joe Morgan spoke. Marty Brenneman doing a fine job emceeing. Here's Latos.
You know, getting back to that group, the Great Eight, there was an interesting number over a period of 2 years, 75 and 76. That group started 80 games. In those 80 games, they were 64 and 16.
Ken Griffey Sr.,
George Foster. I mean, God.
Cesar Geronimo. It's interesting to hear Morgan say he was the most underrated player that he played with. And that's last night. You know, last night after the ball game, the Great Eight all went out, took their positions.
And Pete Rose got emotional.
That's right.
Running out, he was crying.
See, Mattingly on his wiffle ball team liked Pete Rose because as a switch hitter, it allowed Mattingly to hit left-handed. He would start every left-handed Reds player he knew. He'd put Griffey in there, put Rose in there.
Dan Dreesen would have to play first base.
Sometimes Dreesen would catch as well. It was a great run in the 70s for the Reds.
You know, Joe Morgan, we had him up in the booth talking about the emotional bond between those men amongst themselves. But, you know, I think that the emotion that team evoked and still evokes today for other people, that's their greatest impact. I mean, like I said, I know for me, I grew up a huge Reds fan, and just to, you know, to be in a room with all those guys, it just brought back all kinds of childhood memories.
Here's the 0-1 to Chu, takes outside. It's amazing how much that Reds team, the team in the 70s that won 2 world championships, overshadows the team that won the world championship in 1990. The Lou Piniella managed team. Chu dumps that into center field. And so the leadoff hitter for the Reds is aboard. I mean, back then, you know, and Eric Davis, Billy Hatcher was a World Series star.
But I don't think that I mean, I remember Billy Bates on that team, a young infielder. You know, that's what I remember. Billy Bates wouldn't have been. Well, I know, but he wasn't going to be on that 75 or 76 Reds team. I mean,
what about Barry Larkin, though?
Oh, I hear you. But I look at that Reds team, you know, the 75 and 76, and I'm not so sure that, you know, you might have had 1 or 2 guys that could possibly play on that team.
Well, I'm not saying that the team in the 90s.
No, I know. But that, you're talking how many 5 Hall of Famers? It's just ridiculous.
Here's Cesar Izturis. Reds down a run. Chu is aboard, and Izturis getting the start in place of Brandon Phillips. And that's a bit of news around the Reds. Certainly when Dusty Baker moved Brandon Phillips from the cleanup spot into the 2 spot. Baker told us before the ball game that with the leg injury that Phillips has, he might move him back into the cleanup spot just to keep him from being so active on the bases. Chu has 17 stolen bases, leaning and close. He's been caught 11 times, though. Korean born, 30 years old. Arrived here in that 3-way trade with Cleveland and Arizona. 79 pitches in is Zach Greinke on a hot day in Cincinnati.
See, I'm not going to run right now if I'm the Cincinnati Reds. I leave that hole open for his Turris. You know, I know I don't want to go into a situation too where Joey Votto may be leading off an inning.
He's running, and the bouncer finds the hole into right field. Chu on his way to third.
All right, so if he's going to hit that hole, then it's okay to run.
Well, they did run, but he also hit behind him. Dusty Baker puts the game in motion.
Well, so now here we go. We've got the situation. Runners in scoring position. Joey Votto up at the plate. Sacrifice fly would be great. Now, if you walk, you load the bases. You leave it up to the next guy. I'm looking for an RBI. I need something to tie this ball game.
Votto has singled. He has doubled. Speed at the corners. Greinke's 81st pitch. Dusty Baker talked about the dry spell that Votto has had, reflecting on his own career and the many times that he went through it. Ball and a strike. With runners in scoring position, he's hitting 300. The argument is he should be more aggressive and maybe go out of the strike zone to try to produce runs in this spot. But Votto has said he's not real comfortable swinging at pitches that aren't strikes.
Well, if you saw that graphic, there are 41 walks, and I can pretty much guarantee you those weren't 4 pitches and you're down to first. He does get some strikes, as Joe Morgan alluded to. You know, and this is what I'll say as well. There are a lot of pitches that are strikes that are over the plate that are more difficult to hit than pitches that are off the plate. You know, or pitches that are high. If it's something that you can drive, whether it's on or off the plate or a strike or not, drive it.
Inside corner. 2-2. Career numbers against Greinke, and that includes the single and the double today. Greinke has struck out 6. His Turris at first, Chu's at third. Up. It's full. Do you start his Turris?
Votto strikes out an awful lot, as we mentioned, over 120 strikeouts. Very selective. What you've got to do, if I'm Dusty Baker, I'm putting my trust in Joey Votto, and that if it's a pitch off the plate, he's going to walk, and that he's a very good hitter, that he can keep it off the ground. Stay out of the double play.
It's been something that's hurt the Reds lately. Jay Bruce on deck. Greinke ready. His Turris is running, and Votto fouls it at the plate.
But Dusty electing to stay out of the double play. But again, with as many strikeouts as Votto has, as good as A.J. Ellis is behind the plate, as good as Zach Greinke is, Dodgers are difficult to run against. Hate to see us strike him out, throw him out. There's a Reds fan right now.
Opponents have stolen only 3 bases against Greinke all year. And they've been caught 4 times.
And that's not Hamilton down at first base running.
Is Turris running again, and Votto fouls it off. The Hamilton we referred to, some fans might not be aware of, is Billy Hamilton, the minor league stolen base sensation who has finally reached the big leagues and is kind of the secret weapon late in ball games now for the Reds. He's a guy that stole 155 bases in a minor league season last year. He's 3 for 3 so far as a Red. Right now, this full house would like to see Joey Votto pull the Reds even. Of the 87 pitches that Greinke has thrown, Votto has seen 20 of them. And Greinke wants to talk. Ellis back out to the mound.
You do have a lot of options, because if you do walk Votto, you've got Jay Bruce coming up. You're still 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning without any damage done. If I'm the Dodgers right now, as good as Joey Votto is as far as walking and taking pitches and not swinging, I'm throwing something off the plate right now. I'm off the plate.
Is Turris from first. Is running again, and it's off the plate, and the bags are loaded, and you saw Greinke's reaction. I don't think he wanted it that far off the plate.
I mean, that was very easy to not swing at. You know, now those are the types of pitches, obviously, you don't expand your zone. You don't go a ball off to drive it to left field if you're Votto.
So, in that case, for Votto,
that's a great at-bat.
Absolutely.
That's a great at-bat. I'm not discounting that. He battled. He fouled some pitches off. That's a great at-bat.
Now you got Bruce. Dodger infield back, looking for 2. Greinke. Here in the bottom of the 5th with 1 out. 0-1. Jay Bruce is a guy that will strike out. 166 already this year. But he's driven in 91 runs. He's 1 for 2. And has big power numbers. 38 doubles. 27 homers. Bases filled with Reds. Bruce going out of the zone. 0-2.
You have a lot of options right now if you're Zach Greinke. Still have to stay out of the zone, make Bruce expand, and even if he does make contact, if you make him expand, probably won't hit it well. You get it off the plate.
6 strikeouts for Greinke. Both managers realizing this is going to be a bullpen game here before too long. Greinke at 90 pitches. He stays out. It's 1-2.
And if you're going to miss, you've got to trust your catcher and miss down. You don't want to miss up, because that gives Bruce the opportunity to drive something to the outfield, sacrifice fly. You're missing down. Bruce may still offer it. He can miss. He can hit a ground ball. You have an opportunity for a double play.
He went up, and down goes Bruce.
See him go up out of the zone there and away.
It's an interesting contrast in at-bats between Bruce and Votto.
I mean, that thing's not even close. Greinke's still not out of the woods yet. Ludwig, mentioned last year, very good RBI guy.
Yeah, Ludwig last year, 125 games, slugged .531, 28 doubles, 26 homers. He drove in 80. Of course, a shoulder injury has him just rejoining the Reds with 3 weeks left. Brandon League in the Dodger bullpen. This is only the 24th game for Ludwig this year, and a high pop will find the seats.
See, not a lot of success against Greinke. Struck out 6 times in 16 at-bats.
One of those hits was an RBI single in the first inning today. Bag still loaded. The Dodgers, a huge lead in the West. Their goal right now, home field advantage. Couple games behind the Braves in that race. 2-1. And Mattingly, though, has had some health issues in his rotation. There's Capuano with a groin strain. Young Jin Ryu, a sore back. His start has been pushed back to next week. Ludwig going after a low fastball. It's 2-2.
Greinke's thrown all fastballs to Ludwig now. Great time to throw a slider at a curveball. Something off speed.
We said from the outset this has a postseason feel to it because of the teams and because of the pitchers. Greinke against Latos. Tomorrow, same deal. Clayton Kershaw and Homer Bailey to finish off this series. Ludwig calls time. Bags loaded. Chu waiting at third. His Torres at second. Votto over at first. And the pace here in the 5th has come to an absolute screeching halt. Greinke very deliberate.
Pace. You said pace. I didn't know that there was a pace. You're right. We just hit a wall. Can we get a little slower?
We can get Joe Morgan back. But Ellis is out for another conversation.
But I think what you just mentioned, that this has a playoff type atmosphere, feel to it. And it does. You know, you're trying to make sure you're on the same page. You want to make sure you're thinking alike.
.96 pitches in. Ludwig back in the box. Greinke trying to protect a 1-run lead. And he does with a breaking ball. It took a while, but Zach Greinke gets through the 5th and hangs on to a 3-2 lead. Tostitos Locos Taco. Live Más. And by AT&T, helping you do what you do even better. AT&T, rethink possible. Rich Waltz, Eric Karros, full house in Cincinnati. Big moment with the bags loaded. Zach Greinke matched up against Ryan Ludwig with 2 outs.
Really a great pitch sequence. They're going to go outside with the fastball. Again, outside. It's a 1-1 count. Staying away with the fastball. And now it's 2-2. Everything has been away fastball. Now you stay away, but you throw something down out of the zone. A.J. Ellis and Zach Greinke, they were spending some time. We were joking about how this game is slowed to a snail's pace, but it's better to slow it down and get it right than to just try and accommodate us up here in the booth. Fox Sports 1 pitcher comparison. Both pitchers have had to go deep in the ballgame. Greinke's thrown 97 pitches, 82 pitches for Latos. It's brought to you by Fox Sports 1. Available on all TV providers. Go to foxsports1.com to find out what channel. All right, Ellis, who got a good workout, trotting out to see Greinke, leads it off. Greinke will follow, and Carl Crawford in the Dodger half of the 6th. And Latos with a fastball for a strike. The 2-run homer to Yasiel Puig. The difference in the ball game, and probably the one pitch that Latos wishes he had back. A hanging curve after he had been able to get a couple strikes on Puig with that breaking ball right there. It hasn't been pretty, but both pitchers doing a good job. This isn't a day where it's easy to pitch because of the heat. You're in an offensive ballpark, but that's what makes both of these guys such excellent pitchers. You're not always going to have your great stuff or optimal circumstances, but you still got to go out and battle. Into shallow center. Chu is there, and he makes the catch. And Greinke will come to the plate. Greinke, a sacrifice bunt, showed bunt, and tried to chop the ball through the infield in the 4th and bounce into a fielder's choice. Dusty Baker and Brian Price in talking about Latos and his maturation. Appreciate how, especially in the later stages of this season, he's been able to get deeper in ball games. Well, you talk about that. In his 9 starts since the All-Star game, he's gone into the 8th inning in 5 of those. And there's something to be said about the mental fortitude and just the environment it creates, or the feeling that you can give your teammates when you say, you know what, I want the ball, I'm going back out there. 1-1. Greinke, a very good year at the plate. High on base percentage coming in. In fact, at 429, it's the highest on base percentage this late in the season for a pitcher since Don Newcomb back in '58. Out into left field. Now the other inning, Matt Latos had some issues with the mound. Our home plate umpire Jeff Nelson is mic'd up. Let's listen in.
I never pitched, so I don't know what you're looking for. But I never pitched, so I don't know what you're looking for. But
on the land on where I don't go like this.
You don't twist.
You guys landed in the same spot. Yeah. And
I
come this way towards our dugout. He goes straight to the plate, so that's why I think I keep rolling. Give it a shot. All right.
Different pitchers, different landing spots. Carl Crawford up. A 1-for-3 day for Crawford.
See the grounds crew coming out, trying to manicure the mound. And it's twofold, because when you're out there as a player, not only are you possibly you're stepping in the hole and you're slipping, but also the thought that when you're out there and you're getting ready to pitch, okay, I might slip on this, that enters into your head too. So then it creates a whole host of dilemmas, and that's why it's so important to get everything right.
Well, certainly everything was right for Latos. A 1-2-3 6th. Still Dodgers by a run.
More. Brian Roberts leading things off today for Buck Showalter and making the most out of his opportunity. Bottom 5, that's his 5th home run of the year, tying the game against the White Sox at 2. Ball game down the top of the 6th in the Bronx. 10-3 the score until Xander Bogaerts tees off first big league home run. Look where this thing lands and listen to this stat. The Red Sox are the first visiting team to ever score 9 or more runs in 3 consecutive games against the Yankees. 12-3 to score in the 6th. Back to Cincinnati with Rich Waltz and Eric Harris.
Thank you, Greg. Just when the Yankees started to make a run, the Red Sox have knocked them down a few pegs. Here, it's Reds and Dodgers. Hanley Ramirez behind the bag. And he throws out Todd Frazier to open up the 6th. The Yankees put themselves into the wild card race, but have lost consecutive games after scoring 8 runs in each game. A bullpen collapse yesterday, and obviously a wipeout today at Yankee Stadium.
Well, I was going to say, you go back to that Thursday night. They had the 1-run lead. Mariano Rivera coming in to shut it down. 2 outs, nobody on. They end up losing that ball game in extra innings.
Zach Cozart 1 for 2 for the Reds. Both these pitchers keep the ball in the yard. Greinke's given up just 11 home runs. We talked about Latos, who pitches in a much more hitter-friendly ballpark. He had given up just 11 before Puig's homer in the 2nd.
Well, that's the thing when you look at this Reds pitching staff and statistically their numbers, and they're at the top in a lot of different categories. You've got to also factor in that they're doing it in a ballpark that really is conducive to offense. You look at parks in the National League and Coors Field. I think that's the worst, but this is not good either.
Schumacher is there to make the catch. A couple of quick outs for Greinke in the 6th. Tonight, Fox College Saturday has got Louisiana Lafayette taking on Kansas State on Fox Sports 1. And West Virginia against number 16 Oklahoma right here on Fox. The nightcap, Washington State takes on number 25 USC. That's on Fox Sports 1. A lot of college football to be played tonight on Fox Sports 1 and on Fox. Gus Johnson, Charles Davis getting ready for that ball game tonight. West Virginia, Oklahoma. Here's Mesoraco, the Reds catcher.
One of the things that makes any pitcher, and specifically Greinke, so successful is he lives on the corners. There aren't a lot of pitches over the middle part of the plate. And even when he misses inside, he misses outside, strikes that he's trying to throw. He's going away. He's going in. Very rarely do you see A.J. Ellis just setting up right down the middle. It doesn't happen.
And very rarely in a Greinke start do you see a catcher really have to shift or move and adjust to a pitch from the target.
Well, the joke is that, you know, when you're talking about control, you go back to the Greg Maddux, the great pitcher in the 90s, and, you know, he could hit a gnat in the backside.
And Greinke goes 1-2-3 in the 6th. Yasiel Puig is coming up. He's the difference in the game. The Dodgers a 1-run lead. Back to Cincinnati after a word from your local Fox station. To open things in Cincinnati, Matt Latos and Zach Greinke, though, have both tightened up. It's still a 1-run game as we reach the 7th. Fox Sports Supports is proud to partner with Johns Hopkins Medicine. Johns Hopkins is at the forefront of groundbreaking research into autoimmune disorders like multiple sclerosis and lupus. Join us in the fight against autoimmune disease. Donate now by visiting hopkinsmedicine.org/Fox. Yasiel Puig leads it off. His numbers in just about every category are eye-catching. Hit by a pitch in the first and scored. 2-run homer in the second. Struck out in the fourth. A big swing and a miss. Of course, the Reds have their own impact Cuban player, Aroldis Chapman. He and Puig did not know each other in Cuba. Obviously have met here in the big leagues. And Chapman, over the last 4 ball games, has had quite a workload. There's a real question if the Reds get into a save situation, and obviously they need to get a couple of runs to do that, if Dusty Baker would go to Chapman for a 5th consecutive day. Dusty was unsure. He was leaning towards not using him.
Well, I think much like Brandon Phillips getting a day right now, the big games are the 3 against Pittsburgh and then 3 more the following week against Pittsburgh. Those are the games that you gain essentially 2 games in the standings.
You know, the Reds' schedule outside of that is not real daunting. 3 games with the Cubs, 3 games at Milwaukee, 3 games with the Mets, 3 games at Houston, and then the 6 with Pittsburgh.
And you're right, on paper that looks like a lot of fun for the Reds. The only thing, when you play teams that are out of it, this is their World Series, and guys are trying to prove stuff. Guys are trying to play for next year.
Puig hits a roller to third. Frazier just got him. Puig busting it up the line. Now the Cardinals right now, they're trying to chase down Pittsburgh, a half game back. Those 2 teams played tonight. The Pirates schedule at the Cardinals, and you can see their schedule. They've got the Texas Rangers
at Texas too. That's not fun.
And here's the Cardinals. They still have to go to Coors Field. That's never easy. Seattle, Washington, the Cubs, Milwaukee, and Pittsburgh.
I still, of the 3, even though the Reds are quote unquote 3rd right now, I like the Reds in this division. I think they're the most balanced. Their schedule is favorable. I think they end up winning it.
There's interesting dynamics for all 3 teams. The Reds were able to get to the postseason last year, and they've been there twice under Dusty Baker. Gonzalez takes a strike, but you've got the Cardinals, who had that incredible run in 2011. You've got the Cardinals, who had the incredible comeback to beat the Nationals in the division series last year. And then Pittsburgh is just happy to get invited to the party. Gonzalez smokes it. Votto and the Gold Glover at first. And you see Latos stepping on the bag, making sure that Jim Wolf saw it, which is an indication that when Wolf earlier in the game called the runner safe, he felt that Latos missed the bag.
Yeah, Latos being definitive right there.
You know, there's 3 different real feelings with the 3 teams in the Central. I mean, how will the Pirates react to having not been to the postseason in 20 years? And there's not a lot of postseason experience on that roster.
Yeah, that's where I think they may get caught up in things, just the inexperience, or that's where they fall back a little bit. Defensively, they're not a great defensive team either. The pitching, been outstanding.
The standings again in the Central. Pittsburgh and St. Louis match up tonight. Locke against Wainwright, and that's in St. Louis, with the Reds sitting behind the other 2 but occupying the second wild card spot. You see Arizona and Washington pretty much out of the race. There's only 3 weeks left in the season. And then Ramirez takes a breaking ball for a strike. Ramirez an RBI single in the first. He was the Dodger offense last night with a 2-run homer in a 3-2 loss. Sharp ground ball. Kozar. And Latos has retired 9 of the last 10. Both starters getting stronger as the game goes on. Advanced Aspirin, the official pain reliever of Major League Baseball. And by Chevrolet, find new roads. A celebration this weekend, the Great 8 here. Joe Morgan Day. Don Mattingly on his way out to the mound. The Reds have announced a pinch hitter. And that is Derek Robinson. And so Mattingly is going to counter and go to his bullpen. You see the rocky start by Greinke, but he pulled it together. We're back after this. 13 Major League Baseball postseason on Fox, TBS, and MLB Network starting October 1st. Paco Rodriguez, the 22-year-old, out of the Dodger bullpen, and his breaking ball misses in. Derek Robinson, the switch hitter, pinch hitting. Rodriguez has been terrific, a guy that spent very little time in the minor leagues. Got to the big leagues his first year as a pro, University of Florida product. Was in the big leagues last year. And a broken bat liner right back to him. Derek Robinson, native of Gainesville, so both these guys had Gainesville ties. The first out in the bottom of the 7th.
Well, Rodriguez has been great in getting the ball to Kenley Jansen. He, Belisario pitching that bridge. You know, the only concern that the Dodgers may have is just his use. They've had to go to him a number of times this year, almost 70 games. Again, the acquisition of Brian Wilson and some others to fortify that bullpen, give Rodriguez a break.
Reds bullpen is active. Zach Duke, the lefty, has been a nice addition to Dusty Baker's pen. Chu just a tick under 200 against lefties, and this is a tough lefty who hides the ball, has a lot of funk in his delivery. It's one of the reasons he stopped in the minor leagues for a cup of coffee. Just 21 games in the minor leagues.
Well, again, he's not going to light up the radar guns, but he is deceptive, and you watch his delivery, just comes out of nowhere.
Chu drives it right center, and it falls for a hit. Ethier picks it up, and Chu is on base for the second time. He's 2 for 4 in the ball game.
Chu does a nice job of staying with it. Ethier out in center field makes the smart decision of keeping that ball in front of him. For a minute, it looked like he thought he was going to have an opportunity to go after it, but with one out already, his job, hold him to a single. He's going to get a break. Well, no, let's pull back a little bit. That's a smart play.
Now the switch hitting is Turris, who is 2 for 3.
Remember, the Reds do have Brandon Phillips on the bench.
Bottom 7. It's been 3-2 Dodgers since Yasiel Puig's home run in the second inning. Joey Votto on deck. There's Phillips. Got banged up on Thursday, played last night. And Dusty Baker told us that he told Phillips there's a time in September to be a hero, and that's not time yet. And what he meant by that was playing with an injury like this. He'd like to get him a day, maybe get him back in there tomorrow, but just be careful so that when he needs him to play banged up, he's able to play and be productive.
Hero time starts that first game against Pittsburgh. That's when hero time starts.
Rodriguez misses away. You talked about the additions to the Dodger bullpen. Both these teams are carrying 10 relievers right now. Brian Wilson has looked really sharp and has kind of worked his way into Don Mattingly's plans, which I think has surprised a lot of people, especially those that saw him when he first got here.
Well, I know I was fortunate enough to watch him throw a simulated game in Philadelphia, and the first inning he threw, he didn't look all that strong. Second inning he threw well, but every opportunity he's had at the big league level, he's answered the call. Last night he came in a bases loaded situation. Nobody out, was able to escape. You see Belisario there. Belisario's got great movement, throws a very heavy ball. What that means is when you hit it, it just feels like you're hitting a bowling ball.
So there's plenty of depth. There's Brian Wilson. There's plenty of depth in both bullpens. Now, obviously, you can only take 25 to the postseason. But with the expanded rosters in September, those that are in contention, the Reds with a guy like Billy Hamilton who can steal a bag for you. Brian Wilson added to the Dodgers. Michael Young added to the Dodgers. Is Turris early on that one. And they count 2-2. You add to that, the Dodgers are playing with a 9-man bench. The Reds are playing with a 10-man bench. That one's smoked, and it's in the corner. Racing for third is Chu. Up with the ball is Crawford. Here comes Chu. He will score. It's tied.
Well, it's Turris doing his best Brandon Phillips impersonation, driving in a run. His turns on this fastball, hits it into the corner, gets lodged in the fence down there, doesn't bounce out.
Rodriguez is going to intentionally walk Joey Votto. Jay Bruce is on deck. And so as Turris ties it at 3. Votto, the Reds have had him on base in every plate appearance in this series. Dodgers couldn't get him out last night. He had 2 hits and 2 walks. He's got 2 hits and 2 walks in this one. So all 8 plate appearances, Votto's been on base. And the Dodgers aren't used to seeing this from Paco Rodriguez. Since early June, his ERA has been well under 1.
Well, he hasn't been giving up the runs, but he has been giving up base hits. And in the past 6 games, including today, he's appeared in 5 of those games. Like I said, that's one of the things that the Dodgers are cognizant of, is the use of Rodriguez and Belisario as they come down the stretch.
Now Bruce, who was up in a big spot in the 5th and struck out against Greinke. Zach Greinke going 6 innings, 8 hits, 2 runs, and those came back in the 1st inning. 9 strikeouts for Greinke, 106 pitches. Two. We talk about Chu's on base percentage, Votto's on base percentage. There's the result. Bruce and Phillips, most at bats with runners in scoring position in the National League by a lot. One-two. Got him. So Bruce struck out in the 5th with the bags loaded. He strikes out here with runners 1st and 2nd. Ludwig is the next hitter. And we'll see if Mattingly comes out to get Rodriguez. He probably will. And he does. Mr. Belisario come on down in a tie game, 3-3. The 7th, and the Dodgers go to their bullpen. Ronald Belisario, a ground ball specialist, who will face Ryan Ludwig with Joey Votto at first. Cesar Izturis, who had the RBI double, is still at second. And here's where you get into both teams with a loaded bullpen and a loaded bench. And so from here on out, both managers have the luxury of matching up any way they want.
Well, they do have a ton of options, but again, you have to think, are you trying to win this particular game at the expense of possibly hurting yourself later on? And what I mean by that, say Belisario, he's been in 67 games already. Had a rough outing in Colorado. Do you keep running him out there with October right around the corner? He, Rodriguez, Jensen, all of those guys have had a lot of work this year.
Well, therein lies the dilemma for any manager that has a big lead. Freddie Gonzalez in Atlanta is running through this same situation. How do you keep a team sharp that is not scratching and clawing to get to the end? Because as we've seen in years past, oftentimes it's that team that narrowly gets in that is hot and stays hot and wins it all. Not the team that's cruising with a 10 or a 12 game lead in mid-September.
I think we remember the teams that had to scratch and claw, but I don't know if that's always the case. And so while I do that, there is a fine line of staying on top of things, of staying sharp. But again, if I'm the Reds, I've got 6 games to go. I'm not so sure I use Chapman today. I don't want to risk going for it, even though it may mean a win. I've got 6 more games with Pittsburgh. The things with the Dodgers. Again, Rodriguez and Belisario have been so darn effective, but I want them effective in October.
2-2. Ludwig battling, and Belisario missing. Counts full. 3-2.
And see, this is a problem. Now the runners are moving. Base hit will easily score Izturis. Something in the gap scores, Votto.
Runners on the move. 3-2 coming. And Ludwig pulls it foul. Well, as we told you, the Pirates and the Cardinals play tonight in St. Louis. The Dodgers aren't really watching what's happening in the West. Their focus of late has been on the Atlanta Braves as they try to get the best record in the National League and home field advantage in the division and the championship series. The Braves tonight are in Philly. Belisario again. Runners move. 3-2. To right, Ethier and Puig. They almost collided last night. Ethier chatted it up with Puig, and this time he steers clear. But Cesar Izturis in the lineup ties the game. It's 3-3 going to the 8th. Three runs on 9 hits. The Reds 3 runs on 10 hits. Both teams have left runners. Dodgers have left 7. The Reds have left 8. And both teams into their bullpen now. Zach Duke out of the pen for the Reds.
Well, he's been effective, and he gets to face Andre Ethier, who has really struggled against Reds pitching this season. He's now 0 for 18. Good numbers against Zach Duke, but we'll see what turns out with Zach Duke in a Reds uniform right now.
Matt Latos ends up going 7 innings, 9 hits, 3 runs, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. Would you agree, Eric Karros, that neither Greinke nor Latos, especially through the first 3-4 innings, had their best stuff?
Well, they didn't have their best stuff, but you know, they got through a good part of the game. And
little tapper over the mound. Kozar kicks it, and Ethier's aboard.
But they pitched well, and you look at the scoreboard, it was a 3-2 ball game, now 3-3. But while those two were in there, so That's what makes them great pitchers. You're not always going to have your great stuff, but you're still going to be asked to go out and take the hill.
Michael Young getting the start at third base for the Dodgers is 1 for 3 and 6 for 15 upon joining the Dodgers. And for Young, a Southern California guy, University of California at Santa Barbara.
There's no way he can be bunted. You've got to be hitting here. You know, again, and this is one of the luxuries of having such a big lead in the National League West, is you can be put in situations where now you let Michael Young swing the bat, where maybe in a different spot where you absolutely need the run, you'd have him bunt.
Young hasn't done a whole lot of bunting in his career. He's done a whole lot of hitting.
But that's the American League. And the thing about it, you know, the American here, quote unquote, you're playing that one-run ball game. It may be an opportunity, maybe a situation come the playoffs where he'll be asked to do that.
Zach Duke started the season in Washington. Ball and a strike to Young. The Dodgers get a guy in Young who has postseason experience.
Saw that graphic. I guess you were right on there, Rich. The last sacrifice bunt was 2003 for Michael Young, but yet spending most of his time in the American League.
He's a guy that's been a heart of the order guy almost his entire career. And now with the Dodgers, as you pointed out, though, you get into the postseason, you might see Young getting a start or coming into a ball game near the bottom of the lineup.
Well, here you got a 2-1 situation right now. Could play hit and run. Tough to do with a left-handed pitcher at the plate. Young very adept with the bat. Cincinnati thinking possibly the same thing.
Ethier has swiped 4 bags this year. He's been caught 3 times. Count 2-2. Michael Young, the 7-time All-Star. Duke misses in. Now the count's full, 3-2.
I'm going to send him. I'd stay out of the double play. I'd make sure that he was going home almost like a hit and run. He doesn't make contact and it's a strike. Ethier will be thrown out by 1,000 feet. But you got to be sure he's going home.
Ethier runs and Young hooks it foul. And you're right. It was not the best of jumps, but he waited to make sure that Duke was headed home.
Yeah, you can't get picked off. And all you're doing in this situation is trying to stay out of the double play, or at the very least be able to take out that middle infielder if they do try to turn it.
Well, as you pointed out, the double play on the other side of the diamond has been an issue for the Reds, and it's been an issue for Young this year. He's bounced into 20. He's leading the Phillies in hits before coming over.
You're not moving on that pitch.
Michael Young, of course, with the World Series in 2010, the loss to the Giants, and in 2011, the stunning loss to the Cardinals. Young to center, hits it well. Chu goes back, and at the track, he makes the catch. First out of the 8th. Skip Schumacher was scheduled. But Mark Ellis will come to the plate. Before the ball game, very quietly, Mark Ellis hosted a team from Union City, Indiana. There was an 8-year-old boy named Dylan Williams who was killed by a thrown ball. Mark's wife Sarah saw the article. They have a son named Dylan, and they reached out to the community, to the team. They started a foundation to support the family of Dylan Williams, to support the Union City team as well. And there he was before the game with all those kids. Tie game in Cincinnati. We're back after this. In a 3-3 ball game in Cincinnati. Reds won the first game last night 3-2. Alfredo Simon comes in from the Reds bullpen. Big right-hander has made a career high 55 appearances now. And the Reds bullpen has been affected by a couple of injuries this year. Sean Marshall, their lefty, Jonathan Broxton, the right-hander, a former Dodger. And for Dusty Baker and Brian Price, those two guys were not necessarily matchup guys. You could go an inning with each, and that has forced them to scramble a little. They've had some guys emerge from that bullpen and pitch well. Of course, once they get to Chapman, everything is great. Ellis. Chu. Two outs. This Tuesday, the premiere of Being the Finest on Fox Sports 1. Follow the lives of NYPD officers who come together on the football field and honor their fallen brothers through their unforgettable 2013 season. Being the Finest premieres Tuesday only on Fox Sports 1. Now A.J. Ellis. Two for three. He takes down low. Sam LeCure has been one of those guys that has stepped up. The loss of Marshall and Broxton.
There he is. Brian Wilson, former closer of the Giants. Well, if you're Ellis right now, you're 2-0. You're looking for something up in the zone and something that you can drive. Want something hitting the gaps. Let Ethier run from first. Just because it's a strike doesn't mean you need to swing.
He's swinging. Fouled it back. You know, we talk about guys that get to the big leagues quickly. Paco Rodriguez spent all of, what, 21 games in the minor leagues. A.J. Ellis spent parts of 9 years in the minor leagues before last year his first full season in the big leagues. And it was a good one. He was cut short a bit with an injury. Established himself last year as one of those guys that can eat through an at-bat and just eat up pitches.
Well, that's the thing. A good on-base percentage, but as you mentioned, tough to strike out, and we'll see a lot of pitches. Very patient at the plate. Can battle. Will foul off. There you see the hitting coach Mark McGuire.
Alfredo Simon in for Zach Duke. Reds got 7 innings out of Matt Latos. Dodgers got 6 out of Zach Greinke. 3-3 here in the 8th. And Ellis doing what he does best. He's deep in a count. It's 3-2.
Well, just as it favored the Reds in the previous inning, runners will be moving here. Andre Ethier will be going.
Full count. Ethier runs. Strike 3 called. Simon strikes out A.J. Ellis to the bottom of the 8th in a tie game in Cincinnati. Fox Sports 1 Fan Cam, brought to you by Fox Sports 1, available on all TV providers. Go to foxsports1.com and find out what channel. There is some Dodger blue here in this sea of red in Cincinnati. In a 3-3 ball game. Ronald Belisario stays in. He got the last out of the 7th. Todd Frazier, Zach Cozart, Devin Mesoraco for the Reds in the bottom of the 8th. Mark Ellis stays in the ball game. He's at second.
We mentioned Frazier does have tremendous power.
$15 home runs this year. 19 last year. For the Toms River, New Jersey native. The Little League World Series hero for the champs back in '98. Four for 4 in the title game against Japan. End of the bat, and it rolls foul.
Dallas doing a nice soccer save over there.
I'm sure he can play a little bit.
I'm guessing his movements, and as I should say, as statuesque as he is, I'm guessing he probably doesn't play soccer very well. You think he can move around?
I'll bet you as a youngster he played a little bit.
He's out of San Diego. He can flat out hit. First overall pick by the Marlins.
Ethier there, and he makes the catch. Today's telecast is sponsored by Fox Sports 1. To find your channel, go to foxsports1.com. And by Mazda. We believe if it's not worth driving, it's not worth building. Built this ballpark in 2003. The Great American Ballpark, host of the 2015 All-Star Game. It holds a little over 42,000. And there didn't appear to be an empty seat when the Great 8 stepped on the diamond an hour before first pitch. Bench, Rose, Perez, Concepcion, all here to honor Joe Morgan. Cozart swings and misses. He's 1 for 3. Statue of Morgan out in front of the ballpark. Johnny Bench has a statue. And it was really interesting to watch and to hear Joe Morgan talk about having Pete Rose here. Rose came out on the field last night when the Great 8 was introduced, and they took their positions on the diamond after the game. Rose moved to tears. It's a short. Hanley Ramirez sets his feet, gets the out.
Well, you talk about Rose being here. I think it speaks volumes of Joe Morgan and the fact that he absolutely wanted Pete here. There's Joe right there. Looked good. That's earlier today. Trey Hillman, the bench coach for the Dodgers. And he's point right there. Davey Lopes also in there. Basically the rival second baseman of those 70 Reds. Davey, first base coach for the Dodgers, played second base for many years for LA. You talk about the two top second basemen in the National League back then, Davey Lopes and Joe Morgan.
Morgan and the Reds dominated the early and the middle part of the 70s. The Dodgers kind of caught up at the end of the 70s. And Dusty Baker had joined him at that point.
There's Pete. There's Davey right there. Those two had some great battles. Remember, both of those teams in the Western Division of the National League back then. You had the West and the East.
After the Reds won their 2 World Series, remember the Dodgers lost a couple of World Series before they finally won in '81. Mesoraco swings and misses, and Ronald Belisario has been nails for the Dodgers, retiring all 4 he's faced and keeping this game at 3-3. Arrived in Cincinnati. Jerry Hairston Jr. will pinch hit in the 9th spot. Then you got Carl Crawford, Yasiel Puig, Rich Waltz, Eric Karros in a ballgame that opened with a bang. Both teams scoring early. Yasiel Puig's 2-run homer gave the Dodgers a 3-2 lead. The Reds tied it on Cesar Izturis RBI double in the 7th. And the Reds dip deeper into that bullpen, which probably does not include Aroldis Chapman today. He's worked in 4 consecutive games on 4 consecutive days.
Right. Again, it's a game, and games are important, but you're in this thing for the long haul.
Well, LeCure's one of the guys that the Reds pointed out, and Brian Price, and their pitching coach, has stepped up in the absence of Broxton and Marshall. The Reds think that they will get Sean Marshall back before the postseason, and that's a valuable piece out of their pen. A 1 pitch. And it's taken outside. The other name that is out there is Johnny Cueto. And Cueto is close to being ready. It's tough to find a place for him to pitch right now in game situations with the minor leagues having wrapped up. But they feel he may be ready to go by the end of September. Whether he's ready as a starter or as we touched upon earlier, that super reliever role that Tim Lincecum filled so well for the Giants last year.
Well, and that probably makes the most sense, because you'd really tax your bullpen if you tried to start him and he gives you 3 innings or 4 innings. I mean, to build up the endurance and to get himself in postseason shape as far as being a starter, probably not enough time.
Struck him out. LeCure gets Hairston, who doesn't like the call at all.
Well, all 4 pitches that LeCure threw were on the outside part of the plate. They were all basically in the same spot. And one of them was called a ball, the 0-1 pitch. Once Hairston saw that, that's probably why he wasn't agreeing with the next 2 strikes.
Now, top of the order, Crawford. And then you've got Puig, who has homered today.
Well, LeCure, one of those guys, you don't see many right-handers that are just painters, guys that are going to throw 75 to 85, hit corners. Usually that's descriptive of a left-handed pitcher.
To second is Turris, makes the play, and there are 2 outs. Monday on Fox Sports 1, get an inside look at the Boston Red Sox. It's the greatest rivalry in sports continues in the Bronx. Red Sox frontrunners in the East fighting to keep control against the Yankees, who are coming on, against the Rays, and try to get to October. Mission October. Boston Strong airs Monday only on Fox Sports 1. Now Puig. I think a lot of people assume that the Cuban players who have either escaped or left the team when they were abroad know each other. But Puig and Aroldis Chapman did not know each other. Puig and Miami's Jose Fernandez had never met, though those 2 are probably 1 and 2 right now in the Rookie of the Year conversation. Fernandez, another spectacular night last night. 7 innings of 1-hit shutout ball with the 2nd best ERA in the National League. Only Clayton Kershaw is better. And the young starter will have 1 more start, and if he has a good start there, he may just win that award.
Well, he's having a rookie season similar to those of a Dwight Gooden, who had a great rookie season for the Mets. Dodgers, Fernando Valenzuela. As you mentioned, he's just been flat out dominant this year. And he's been doing it all year long.
Breaking ball for a strike. 2-2.
And as I mentioned, he doesn't throw that hard, 90 miles an hour at tops. But you notice the off speed 75, so you've got a 15-mile-per-hour differential. And when you can do that to a hitter, that's when you really disrupt his timing.
Fastball struck him out. A 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Still 3-3 to the bottom of the 9th. The Dodgers have gone Paco Rodriguez, Ronald Belisario, and J.P. Howell after 6 innings of Zach Greinke. The Reds are going to counter with one of their hotter hitters off the bench, Chris Heisey. And he'll lead it off from the 9 spot. And then you've got Shin Soo Choo. And then Cesar Izturis. If Heisey gets on, we mentioned his name earlier in the telecast. The Reds have a young player up who may be the fastest in the game, Billy Hamilton. And Dusty Baker, I'm sure, would use him quickly to pinch run.
Well, speaking with Dusty prior to the game, I brought up the name Herb Washington, the designated runner for the Oakland A's. He pinch ran in the '74 World Series. Mike Marshall picked him off, ironically, the Dodgers. But is Hamilton that type of guy? Could he be somebody that you would use specifically or put on a postseason roster specifically to run? Said he needed to see a little bit more of him the rest of the way.
I don't know that Herb Washington ever wore a baseball glove. Heisey's in a bunt and he fouls it at the plate. He was a track star, whereas Hamilton has climbed his way up with some decent numbers. I mean, he's a guy that this year in AAA hit .256, had 6 home runs. But the Reds have got to get somebody on to use him here. Seems like everybody out of this Dodger bullpen is on a nice run.
Well, there's a bit of hiccup in Colorado, which every group is going to go through. Belisario got hit a little bit. Kenley Jansen gave up a home run. Rodriguez gave up a few hits. But that's the trouble with going to Colorado, is you go there. The Rockies may not be any good, but you get out of there, you may have had your psyche damaged a little bit, pitching staff a little weakened.
Howell's gone 2-1 on Heisey. And he takes the off-speed pitch. 3-1 now. He's got the lefty in there. He's got Choo. And then the switch hitting is Turris. And then lefties in Votto and Bruce. Walked him.
What do you think? Billy Hamilton signing?
Well, Heisey can run a little bit too.
Shoot, he can't run like Hamilton. Go on and stretch out, get out there. Come on, where is he? No?
Here comes Choo, and Heisey at first base.
Interesting. Maybe because a left-handed pitcher?
Now it's Choo, who has 2 hits, shortens the bunt, drops it down. Howell fields, fires to first. So the Reds, now with Votto coming to the plate, or rather with his Turris coming to the plate, and Votto coming up on deck, have an opportunity to walk off with 1 out and Heisey in scoring position.
A lot of interesting moves. You could put Phillips up in this spot right now. Then you'd argue maybe they'd intentionally walk him, or you're going to have to throw to a 100 RBI guy, make a pitching change. Then you got Votto coming up afterwards, who hit a home run off of Howell last night.
Is Turris to right. Puig is there. Runner tags, and Puig airs one out, holding Heisey at second base. So here's Votto.
And I think you've got to purposely walk him, right? He's been on base every time in this series.
Well, they certainly felt more comfortable pitching to Bruce the last time, and they struck him out after intentionally walking Votto, and they're going to walk him again. So he's been on base now 9 plate appearances in this series. 3 walks today, 2 walks yesterday, 2 hits yesterday, 2 hits today.
Well, the next hitter, Jay Bruce, has had a tough one so far. He's left 6 runners on base today. And as a hitter, I can tell you that weighs on you mentally. You're getting up to the plate. He's saying, okay, look, they've been giving around Votto all day long just to get to me. I got to come through at some point.
Tomorrow, NFL Sunday is back on Fox. Special 90-minute pregame show live from Times Square. Terry, Howie, and the guys will reveal which superstar performer will be the halftime act at Super Bowl 48. Full day of NFL action begins with the Fox NFL kickoff on Fox Sports 1 at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Fox NFL Sunday at 11:30 a.m. on Fox. Much of the conversation coming into this weekend was about Joey Votto and driving in runs. The Reds' first baseman has done all that he can in this series. 4 hits, 5 walks. The Dodgers have essentially taken the bat out of his hands his last 2 at bats, and they've gone after this man, Jay Bruce, and they've struck him out both times.
And Howell is very good against left-handed hitters.
And 1. Bruce's splits. Heisey at second. Votto's at first. Nice block by A.J. Ellis. This is not a very big ballpark, and as a result, outfielders generally are closer to the plate than they are in most ballparks. So in this spot, with the winning run at second, you see how shallow Crawford is. Ethier fairly deep in center, Puig in right.
Well, Crawford, he has to be shallow just because of the arm.
Puig can be where he is.
Yeah. We could be in the stands with his arm.
1-1 coming. Drive right center. Ethier over with Puig. And it's Ethier who makes the catch. And J.P. Howell escapes the 9th on to the 10th. 3-3. And Hoover takes over in the 10th. Adrian Gonzalez, Hanley Ramirez, Andre Ethier scheduled for the Dodgers. Gonzalez 3 hits his first 3 times up. Bounced to first his last time up. Shadows creeping in, and a liner to center. It doesn't affect Gonzalez, who's had sweet swings all day on a 4-for-5 day. Hanley Ramirez now. Ramirez opened the scoring back in the first with an RBI single. And the Dodgers are going to pinch run. Nick Punto into the ball game for the Dodgers. So he pinch runs for Adrian Gonzalez.
Smart move. You know, Gonzalez is a station-to-station guy. Going to take 3 hits to get him around. Now this is where you can also move Michael Young over to first.
Hoover's fastball is up. It's not easy to see right now. You've got the mound in some sunshine, shadows, then sunlight, and then the plates and shadows. But I guess if both teams are going to be postseason teams, they better get used to it.
Well, you're right. And the difficult thing is to pick up the spin. So any type of breaking pitch is probably going to be effective. The thing you run into, though, playing in a park like this, is you can miss a ball as a hitter. And when I say miss it, you don't have to square it up. But you hit something in the air, it'll carry. So if somebody throws that spinner, that hanging curveball, or that slider, you don't have to hit it square. If you can get it up in the air, you might run into some luck here.
Breaking ball for a strike. That the toughest pitch to identify when you've got shadows?
In any type of spin, it's very difficult. And I remember I used to stand out at first base, and when we play in these types of shadows and our pitchers were throwing fastball after fastball, you know, I tell them, I said, look, as a hitter, it's very difficult to pick up any kind of spin. You can go to that pitch all day long.
Punto the runner at first. Hoover elevates the fastball. Ramirez fouls it back.
As a hitter in these types of situations, I would try and spread out a little bit, try and use my hands, and I'm looking for a fastball. If there was something spun or just something that was a breaking pitch, I'd really try to go the other way. You know, if I was able to drive it, that would just be pure luck.
Hoover, who had a long scoreless inning stretch this year of over 26 innings. Votto into the seats. 3-3 here. Last night, the Reds a 3-2 winner. Hanley Ramirez a 2-run homer, all the Dodger offense last night. Yasiel Puig a 2-run homer today for the Dodgers. Ramirez drove in the other run. Which kind of fits with what those two have been doing since late June.
Well, remember, you go back to that 4th inning where Adrian Gonzalez hit that ball to right field. Greinke comes around third, is held. Carl Crawford gets caught between second and third. The Reds catch him, end of inning. What you would have had, 2 outs, bases loaded. Hanley Ramirez at the plate. Take a look at this. This is Adrian Gonzalez in the 4th inning. Zach Greinke on second base. Crawford on first. They hold Greinke at third, and that is the right move. Carl Crawford, though, is speeding from first to third. He doesn't stop coming around second. They catch him. Reds out of the inning. Dodgers unable to put one on the board there. Hanley Ramirez would have been coming up with the bases loaded.
Dodgers have left 8. Reds have left 10. Nick Punto, the pinch runner at first. 1-2. Got him with a fastball. Hoover. You know, the one thing extra innings does for Dusty Baker is it removes the question of bringing Chapman in for a save. 4 consecutive days. And although, you know, the amazing thing about Chapman is that he was blowing 101, 102 last night on his 4th consecutive day.
Yeah, 13 pitches last night, 3 strikeouts. Puig, Gonzalez, Ramirez.
Baker told us before the ball game, in all likelihood, he would not pitch. Now Ethier. Punto hasn't budged from first. He's running for Adrian Gonzalez, who opened the 10th with a single. Smacked up the middle, diving catch, Cozart. Right on Joe Morgan's number.
But Cozart shading a bit up the middle. Ethier doesn't get this thing right on the barrel. You see Punto does a nice job and freezes over at first base. Cozart making a nice diving grab. The Reds, one of the best defensive teams in the National League.
Michael Young now, who was 1 for 4. Young getting a start at third base in this one. As Eric pointed out, probably will move over to first in the bottom half of the inning, with Gonzalez coming out of the game with a pinch runner, Punto. And you can see the Dodger hitters reacting as if they're not seeing that breaking ball real well in the shadows right now.
That's why I was a bit surprised they kept going to the fastball, the Hanley Ramirez, but they were going up in the zone. As I said, as a hitter, very difficult to pick up the spin.
Ball and a strike. What's at stake here in this one? Well, for the Reds, they're in that three-way battle for the Central Division title. It feels like, and it seems like, 2 of the 3 teams will have to settle for the wild card, and that wild card game.
And you can see Michael Young right there in that situation. He kind of flinches a little bit. It just tells you that he's not picking up the ball at all when it's spinning. Watch this. It's like, oh, see, that pitch is basically down the middle.
The Dodgers, of course, have a comfortable lead in the West, a 12-game lead with 3 weeks left, but they'd love to catch the Braves for the best record in the National League and get home field advantage in the postseason. threw him a fastball. Possible October opponents meeting here in early September. Mesoraco smothers that one in the dirt, and it's 2-2. The Dodgers last postseason was 2009. So it's been a while for the Dodgers. They got to the National League Championship Series and lost to the Phillies. And of course, the Reds thought they had won the division series last year, only to see San Francisco start that miraculous run. It's outside. And so it runs the count full, and it gives...
Guess what we're doing?
Punto.
We are running, right?
Yeah, it gives Punto a head start.
Well, each team has had that opportunity so far late in the game. The Reds and Dodgers. Nobody's been able to take advantage of it.
On the breaking ball that time, taps it to Frazier, who throws it out. And the Reds hold in the top of the 10th. 3-3. Brian Ludwig coming up. Uniform. Such a great performer for the San Francisco Giants after a second Tommy John surgery and without a contract. He tried out, he looked for a job, and it was the Dodgers who came calling.
Well, he spent a lot of time rehabbing, then went to Hawaii, got on a workout program there. You see Michael Young at first, Nick Punto over at third. Wilson's been nothing short of brilliant. A short stay with the Dodgers so far.
Don Mattingly told us that Wilson has really worked his way into the sweet part of the bullpen, the part that you might want to take to the postseason with you. misses away here. The Ryan Ludwig, Todd Frazier, and Zach Kozart. Not many guys pitching after 2 Tommy John surgeries. You talked about a workout regimen. Wilson famous for his. One of the hardest workers in baseball. He hadn't thrown a fastball yet, and he hadn't thrown a strike.
Well, the one thing he is, he's competitive, and you can look at all the other the extracurricular stuff and the beard, the appearance, all that sort of stuff. Bottom line, the Dodgers want him because he can flat out pitch and he has postseason experience.
There's a fastball. You look at home plate and you look at the mound right now, and it must be cloud covered. Well,
yeah.
Because the sun was certainly an issue last half inning.
Yeah, no shadows. It's a great observation right there. That takes away the breaking pitch.
(3-1) to Ludwig. It's down low and a leadoff walk. Now, would you see a Billy Hamilton? Yep, here it
Hamilton
comes.
sighting. Here we go.
The secret weapon. Ludwig walks, and here is Hamilton. Pinch runner extraordinaire. 155 stolen bases last year between single A and double A. This year in triple A, 75 stolen bases. Don Mattingly is coming out with the trainer to take a look at Brian Wilson. I did not see anything that would indicate Wilson was hurt other than he wasn't throwing strikes, but that happens to everybody.
And it's interesting because doing a piece locally with Brian Wilson and his description of what conversations at the mound are all about. And he said, not about anything. I don't even listen to him. I just go out there, I pitch. And they must have seen something with the combination of him walking Ludwig that concerned him. Brian Wilson is not going to come out. There's no way. That's not in his nature. He's competitive. You know, that just didn't look right. There's no question that did not look right.
And of course the focus now is at first base. Billy Hamilton, the 23-year-old speedster, pinch running at first. Todd Frazier's at the plate. Hamilton is 3 for 3 so far this year. And they've been big stolen bases. They've been late in the game stolen bases.
Well, as you mentioned, he did it the other day against the Cardinals. Ended up winning a 1-0 ball game.
In a big spot. With a quick pitcher on the mound and a Molina behind the plate. And Wilson misses down low.
That's funny. Joe Morgan, to allude to him, he had told me once while we were working that a true stolen base threat is a guy that can steal a base when everybody in the building knows he's going. And that's a situation with Hamilton at first base right now.
Wilson set. Long wait. Hamilton runs. Off he goes. And he's got it stolen.
Well, he gets a good jump off Wilson, but just the fact that you have speed doesn't mean you're going to outrun a ball all of the time. But what it does mean is you add pressure not only to the pitcher, but the catcher. He's got to be a little quicker. He's thinking about it. Not always a smooth transition, as we saw right there. Hamilton's down at second. Don't take your eye off him because he may end up at third in another pitch or two.
Reds try to get him over, and Frazier bunting at what would have been ball 2.
this is a situation where you say, is Frazier a better guy at just making contact or a better bunter? Because anywhere he makes contact, for the most part, if Hamilton is moving on contact, he'll end up at third.
1-2 now.
There you go.
Into right field. Base hit. Charging his Puig. Here comes Hamilton. Here comes the throw. Reds win it. And Todd Frazier and Dusty Baker pushes all the right buttons in the 10th.
Well, as you mentioned, he pushed them all with the right buttons in the 10th. And that's exactly what you want to see. Hamilton gets in. He creates that, oh, I'm going to steal a base. He does it. Everybody knows he's going to do it. That is the play of the game right there.
The Burger King play of the game, brought to you by Burger King, where taste is king. Hamilton steals second. Frazier knocks it into right. Maybe the strongest arm in baseball was waiting for this ball in right field.
Again, though, Frazier does a nice job of making contact. Even better, he's not being selfish, trying to shoot the ball the other way. So at the very least, that runner gets to third. He's rewarded with a base hit. He's excited. Reds win the ball game.
On Joe Morgan weekend, on a splendid Saturday, the Reds walk off a 4-3 win. Let's go to Greg Amsinger and Mitch Williams now in the MLB Network studios. For Eric Karros, I'm Rich Waltz.